That one fish, hello. Wait, why is this not working? Hold on. Why are you not working? Good. There we go. Hello! Straight into good music. What are we listening to? Oh, yeah. For those who don't know, this song is made by Exalted. Why is the bitrate of the stream unstable? Engineer Isaac, what the heck? Hello! How are you doing, Isaac? Oh, I should remove the socials because those aren't accurate anymore. I am slowly rebranding to probably Quellis Dev. I'm toying with the idea of rebranding to Quell. Because I think that is a more memorable name that's easier to... is simpler and easier to pronounce. Doing well, I'm glad to hear it. QDev, maybe. I think Q is too simple. I think there's a balance there. Q isn't quite unique enough, I think. There's like 3 or 4 people in the world who have ever used the word Quellis before. Trimp, hello! Code will be joining us soon. Cube dance? Yo, everyone is here already, dang. We're only 3 minutes in and the gang's all here. Wild Quellis. Code should be here in, let's see, 10 to 20 minutes. So we got a little bit of time. I'm kind of just hanging out for a moment early on while I eat my lunch. And then we'll get into probably going back to the tower defense game I was working on before we did the game jam. QDev isn't a bad idea, but what it's missing is I want it to be more descriptive of what this channel is. So like Quellis Dev or Quell Dev gives a little bit more of a hint of like what you're gonna find on this channel rather than just Quellis. You? Oh, that's probably really quiet. Let's turn that up. Let's turn the music down a little bit now that I'm here. Race for ad. We got an ad coming in 1 minute. But Isaac, let me fill you in if you're still here. A couple months ago, I quit my job and decided to switch to making game dev content. So that's what I've been doing, is mostly just streaming a bunch of game dev and doing it with the emphasis of trying to make sure that chat is learning everything that I'm doing and that chat has the ability to ask questions if they're working on their own games and they're stuck. And then my focus right now, my goal is to actually start doing good YouTube content. I've been making a lot of shorts, but so far the quality is pretty bad. So that's my next goal, is I need good YouTube content. A space version of Defend the Center? Ooh, that could totally work. Are you thinking 2D or 3D, Renegade? $2D, nice. 3D space shooter. 3D Defend the Tower would be absolutely wild and super difficult. In my experience, they're also really spooky from the player perspective. I haven't had a 3D space shooter that wasn't just terrifying to me. I'm like, I can't see anything. I don't know what's going on. The controls are hard. But maybe I just haven't played the right ones yet. We'll see. Retro thrusters to maximum! What do you think the hardest part about 3D space shooters is, Exalted? Making the momentum feel fun and having enough information. Oh, yeah. So that's the same for my perspective too. I think the only exception has been, what's the game called? Starlink Battle for Atlas, I think? Which still, like, does have that problem in certain points. But mostly, it hasn't been a big issue. Like, making it feel, what I imagine Exalted means is, like, first of all, getting good feedback of, like, how fast you're going, but also not making it feel super duper floaty. But you also need it to feel floaty because you're in space. You're not gonna play with momentum. Why are you in space? that feels rude. Lemon, hello. Spaceships have anti-momentum technologies. Add an ambience to idle states. Stopping on a dime in a spaceship doesn't feel good. Oh yeah, 100%. And maybe that's a situation of, like, where you have to balance giving the player enough information so that they can look ahead and make sure they're not crashing into anything. But then also, if they don't have enough information, then they need to be able to stop on a dime. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a really tough balance, and one that I've experienced a lot from the player side. I see that we've started. Hello, I'm just hanging out talking to chat while we wait for you. Oh, let me put you on the stream. You are on.
Hello, hello, hello.
There you go, Code's here.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome, Code.
I'm gonna hit it with the...
Go on. High saturation, random color. All right, let's see what we can do.
Make me colorful again.
Colorful. I guess we
I'm
can
also
lose
going
the
to grab...
hat.
Yeah. I also need to open up the Twitch chat. And the alerts.
Let's get some RGB for a moment while I decide what color we want. And let's stop it like here. There we go. Rip Noir.
Nice. For now, we'll be back. As soon as there's a new case, they'll pull me back in.
Just when I thought it was out, they pulled me back in.
Exactly. Alright, so I have the chat up now. So now I just gotta get the alerts. There we go. I should be good.
What specifically are you describing as momentum exalted? Are you talking literally about the physics, or is it something deeper than that?
I missed some context. What are we talking about?
We've been talking about why trying to make a 3D space shooter, like flying a spaceship, would be really difficult and a little scary. Toasters are not suitable as shoes?
If you're a coward.
Yeah.
You just kind of want it.
I was hoping if I looked up toaster shoes, I would find a picture of somebody who actually figured out how to make that work.
See, this is where AI comes in handy. Be like, give me someone wearing toasters as shoes.
But yeah, there's nothing. But I'm like, you totally could hollow out a toaster and put some cushion in there, and you got some toaster shoes. I don't see the issue, as long as you unplug it. Make the snake bigger! Oh, we gotta go to this screen, because making the snake bigger doesn't carry over. Make the snake smaller!
Oh, yeah. Adagon, Dev.
Adagon's
Also,
here!
hi, everyone. Hi, Adagon. Hi, Lemon. Hi, Engineer. Hi, Exalted. Who else do we have? Looks like that's it. Oh, Renegade. Hey, Renegade.
That one
Shrimp!
fish was also
What's
here
up,
earlier.
Shrimp?
How you doing, Tramp? So it's not as floaty and makes sense. That's how I did it anyway. Oh yeah, for sure. You still need it to be a little bit floaty, because like you're not going to be able to stop on a dime by putting forces in the opposite direction, you know? Unless you have like incredible engines that can apply the exact force needed to stop for the exact correct amount of time.
Are we talking about in space?
In space!
In space where you can just keep gaining acceleration with nothing to stop you.
Mm-hmm.
If you had engines like that, that'd be scary. Those would be putting out a lot.
Yeah. So you still need some floatiness, for sure. Like, no matter what you
Impulse
do.
engines.
Oh, I opened To the Lake.
Classic. Remember To the Lake? That was a good time.
You remember that game? I am
And
so
new comments on our
terrified.
page?
Yeah, we have quite a few. I don't know if you've been
What are you
paying
terrified
attention.
of?
I'm terrified of my tower defense game. I don't remember.
Oh, just because I was so aggressive about organizing our team project.
There is a little bit of like, I've gotten a taste of how good things are if you actually organize your
So
code
nice.
well. But on the other side of that, I remember that I was in the middle of doing something and had a really big error that I was scared to dig into, and then the game jam started, so I don't remember where I left off and what that error was.
Well, let's find out. Let's dig into it together.
And that's pretty spooky. I'm a little spooked, not gonna lie.
Let's get into it.
Where am I going? Workspace, Godot. What did I call it? Godot Tower Defense. There it is. Yeah, what was I doing? I'm not even in a branch.
Disgusting. I can't stand not being in a branch.
Was it the crafting stuff? What was my interact button? That one. That's all working. I said ranch instead of branch. Toggleable mode to have a slow come to a halt. When it is off, you just keep floating off, and would be nice for players. Oh, kind of like a difficulty, sort of, but like specifically in the movement. I don't know why this player controller feels bad. I feel like
give it a look.
I don't have control over my character.
Oh, do you want to share your screen with me so I can get that real-time feedback?
Yeah. Are you working on anything worth sharing?
Not worth sharing, but I am working on stuff.
Okay.
I'm just doing some Blender texture painting for something.
Okay, cool.
Where are you? Yesterday I learned about non-linear animation exporting with Blender. It was a hassle, and it took me all day, but I got it.
Too much impact to the movement? How do you mean?
Let me see your movement. I tell you why it feels weird.
I think it's mostly that lerping the rotation feels like the movement should be delayed, but it's not, maybe?
Yeah, you can lerp the vector of movement too.
I feel like I'm playing Snake.
That's because you don't have smooth turning, so you're just like insta, or you might have it a little bit, but it's very strong.
Yeah.
So you might have like
Maybe
instant
that's
turning
what
to
it
one of
is.
8 directions. Does it have controller support? Could you try it with the controller, see how it feels?
It does not, but I want to add it, so maybe we should. But let me figure out what I was doing last time first before we dig too deep into this.
Let's just get into it.
Well, no.
Well, no is a good response. I accept. My goal right now is to have a cursor in Blender texture painting that is screen space instead of like pixel space. And I'm sure you could do that, but I forget how.
Oh, this was all crafting system stuff. And where I was stuck on is I can't get it to sync over multiplayer.
An episode recap for what?
Yeah, an episode. Oh, are you saying that I'm doing an episode recap before we dig in?
Oh, was it because I said let's just get into it?
I see what you're saying, Adagon. How does Overcooked do it?
Their movement?
Yeah. What kind
Best
of
way to
juice
find out
does Overcooked have on
loading
the
it up.
movement? Well, that's what I'm doing.
Okay!
Flyfox Pro, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome
Thank
to
you
the
for
Cool
the
Squad.
follow.
How you doing? I feel like I need a more dev-related replacement for Koala Squad. Like, welcome to the Dev Squad, Godot Squad. Okay, can I just find a video of just generic Overcooked gameplay without trailers and...
Do you not
Fancy
have
stuff?
Overcooked?
Well, I could load... Yeah, I guess I probably should. Yeah, let's go load up Overcooked really quick.
The best way to really get a hands-on feel for it is to get a hands-on feel for it.
True. And you know what they say? A penny pretty is a pretty penniless.
They do say that.
I love how a moment ago I was like, let's not dive into movement too much yet until I finish the other thing I was working on.
And now it's literally all you're doing.
And now I'm opening Overcooked to study how they do their movement.
I mean, yeah, it's a good thing to do.
I just started making games in Godot. I'm an artist who never coded before. Been a fun learning experience so far. I'm really glad to hear it. Let us know if you have any struggles or if you're stuck on anything. We'll be happy to help.
Yeah.
Okay. How... Yeah, we have like the walking animation. We got the dust behind. And the camera also moves. The camera kind of focuses on wherever you're going. This turning is pretty snappy. It doesn't really lerp anything. Doesn't even lerp the rotation, really.
Turning takes a second, though. There's like a pause. There's also a particle when you move.
Oh, it is lerped. It's just far less lerped than mine is.
Their animation helps a lot, too.
Yeah, the animation helps a lot. Interesting. Well, let's cook some fish while we're here.
So theirs almost seems like it's force aligned to cardinal directions or to the 8 directions. It looks like you can't, while it's lerping, you don't get any like mid directions.
Yeah, which I have learned is a bad idea. You don't want to have mid directions. You don't want to lerp the rotation or like the actual movement rotation.
Adagon says that there's a little bit of camera movement also. You want to go check that out
Yeah,
real quick?
I pointed out the camera movement. The camera movement is
Okay.
also an important part of it. The like very subtle, it doesn't even do much. It just very subtly like moves the camera a tiny bit towards the direction that you're moving in. But it seems to help a whole lot. How do I make a deep learning MMORPG enemy with realistic graphics? Well, you have like 4 different things to tackle there.
Yeah.
The deep learning part is its own entire problem. The MMO part also its own entire problem. Realistic graphics, completely separate problem.
There's like a lot of separate, if you're serious, there's a lot of separate skills you would need to learn in different areas to get all of that.
Okay, explain to me why my dashboard says our stream is unstable, but then I go here to get more information about it and it says it's stable. And also, why am I only at 2000 kilobits per second? We should be way higher than that.
Deep learning is kind of AI, yes. I mean, yeah, it's the same like principles.
Everyone's serious here. Yeah, I have a tendency to take things way too seriously. I am getting the hang of it, but I've hit some walls. I've been following tutorials up to this point, and I know I need to really understand what I'm doing rather than just follow what others have done. I'm making a 2D platformer and I want a unique sprite for moving left. Everyone just flips the right facing. Are you
So
you're
I
wanting go ahead.
You could tackle the color while I tackle that question.
Yeah.
So if you want to use sprites facing different directions and they're animated, in Godot, your best bet is to use a animated sprite. The way an animated sprite works is it has a set of animations, and you can import each one separately from a sprite sheet and create separate directional animations. And then in code, you would check whether you're moving left, up, right, or down, and you would tell the animated sprite, hey, this is the animation you should be playing, by just setting its animation property. I would check out, there's probably a tutorial on it on the Godot site, but you could also just check the documentation for animated sprite for Godot. I swear, Lemon, was this a ruse?
It's just gray.
Not if you high sat. Let me go check out the stream.
No, I mean the color that Lemon picked is just gray.
No, he said sky blue, right? What
Pale sky, and then he gave a hex code, and the hex code just resolves to gray.
Where is it? Let me see it. That's not going to resolve to gray. Not quite. Almost.
Well, you look at it and tell me what I'm missing, because I'm just looking at gray. Maybe I'm colorblind.
8D, 8288, 8D.
Yeah, there is something it's missing. Is it a little blue?
So it's blue. It's like towards the cyan side of blue, and then it's middle saturation, almost exact middle lightness. So let me check out the stream. So go towards blue and crank up the lightness. Do you have like a lightness slider?
Brightness?
Yeah. I swear, Lemon, I've picked the most colorful potential snake, and you robbed me of my color. That's pretty close, actually.
That is very close.
I think that's pretty good. It's pretty close. Sort of an ash gray feel going on. It looks a little green, IMO.
All right, I'm happy
Lemon's a
with
fan.
it.
It looks pretty close to what we're going for.
Passively forcing color theory to be learned. I would love to understand color theory. Like, more specifically, how different colors interact with each other. Because whenever I'm trying to make visual art or like a logo or whatever it is, I just have no concept of how the colors interact and what matters. Fly Fox, does that help? Do you have any more questions? Color theory is just skateboarding?
Oh, true. Oh, but also, what do you mean?
Yeah. I mean, I agree, but I'm also confused. Is ramps an industry art term I'm unaware of?
I mean, actually, kind of.
I feel like
Yeah.
color ramp is a word I've heard before, but I
It
don't
is,
know.
yeah. It's like a gradient. It's like a mapping of colors.
Oh. Oh yeah, like the shadow ramp for a shader.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm definitely going to look into what has been said. Any recommendations on a good tutorial to work through on the basics? I can look for one. I don't know of any tutorials that wouldn't just what's the word I'm looking for? Wouldn't just mirror.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, here's where we need to suffer. It's suffering time.
Yay!
Suffering!
Woo!
Yeah! Make this one the server, make this one the client, and then we're gonna have weird issues like if I go here and craft, this works. When I'm just crafting normally, it works, I think. Yeah. So that works. But then if I start crafting and then I stop crafting, the other one continues. This one on the bottom left, it's done crafting. And now I'm holding the item on the bottom left. This isn't right. It's not right. This isn't what it should be doing.
Don't panic.
Oh yeah, okay. So I remember where I left off on this. When you stop crafting is a signal and I was trying to make that signal be an RPC.
Terrifying. What on earth is an RPC?
A remote procedure call. So basically it just tells Godot, like, hey, send a network event over to the other clients. But
I guess that makes sense.
RPCs are meant to be normal functions, not signals. I guess I could just make the signal function be empty except for the RPC call. That would solve that.
I've absolutely got nothing.
Yeah, you're okay.
Networking is something I've wanted to play with, but haven't played with, basically.
So I think we just want to move all this over here, and then we move the RPC over here, and then we just have this call that. Will it work? It didn't work on either of them. Now neither of them are working.
So what exactly are you doing here?
So when you start crafting, like you go up to that box and you interact with it, it puts it in the crafting state, which starts incrementing like how much ammo is in the box you're crafting. And then when you let go, it creates a new event that crafting is ended so that it would stop.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to do is make it so that when this signal gets called, it not only calls this function on the server, but then also sends an RPC to have the other clients call this function as well.
Would it not be better to sync, like, because won't the time, because it's going to take a certain amount of time to craft, right? Won't that be kind of desynced if all of them start processing it separately?
It could be. Especially if internet is not great.
I feel like the person who crafted it and the percentage of crafting should be synced, but not necessarily the signal to start crafting.
Okay, so then we just do the same thing with this signal instead. Wait, no, we don't have to do that. What do I need to do? Wait, hold on. Let me think about this.
Okay.
We just need... How does hold. Let's undo all this. And remove that. Game jam number 2, let's go! We need to open a dialogue. Hello, can I add you on Discord?
Is that the famous Shiloh?
Shiloh's here! The Shiloh.
Need to make sure Twitch chat is visible. Right now it's not. skill issue on my part. Hello, low to the shy.
Wait. Okay, so this is defined here, which is just... Should be... Ammo box? What are you? You are the ammo box scene. Okay. So then...
Doing pretty good, Shiloh. How are you doing? Sorry, Quells.
You're good. I think all we need to do is just put a multiplayer synchronizer on here, and then that'll sync everything that we need to be synced. Oh, except for the last bit. There is one bit that we're missing, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Thus.
Multiplayer synchronizer, add property, which would be the ammo boxes. Do I have to export it? Did I miss the multiplayer implementation?
No, you're just in time.
Well, I mean, it's been a slow process. You've come just in time for me to tackle a difficult multiplayer implementation problem. Oh, so I should just be able to type :ammo in there? Here. Well, I need the, here. :ammo? No. Do I have to do it here? So would it be ammo box :ammo? Is that right? You may need the node name. Ammo container? Or ammo box? I think that's right. I don't know. Let's try it, and if it's not right, we will see. Remove this. Oh yeah, we don't need to call this RPC call anymore, and let's stop making this an RPC. There. Pass a sibling property. Add a sibling property to see the path similarity. Yeah, so like add type here. Yeah, so that should be right. Thank you. And now let's see if this is mostly working now. Oh, I failed. Hold on. Second time's a charm. Okay, there we go. Now that works. Oh yeah, we need to make it stop syncing whether or not we're crafting. Where was that? Where is that RPC? What RPC makes that happen? Oh, because it's not an RPC. I've been learning the object-oriented side of things as well lately. Yeah,
That's great.
You've been doing good stuff with the object-oriented stuff. Shiloh, are you asking about this game? This is the main game that I've been working on for a while. The idea is I want it to be a chaotic co-op tower defense game. Kind of like Overcooked, but like instead of cooking food for customers, it's tower defense. I'm starting to realize you have a lot of Godot experience. Did you think I was dumb?
Whoa.
Yeah, I've dabbled with a lot of things at this point. I just don't have a deep understanding of anything in particular yet, I think. Oh, I just noticed this. What is going on here?
Shiloh, were you here for Tuesday's stream? You weren't, were you? We were playing a puzzle game submission to the game jam, and we ended up having to pull it apart to figure out a solution because we were having a skill issue. And it was fun. We got to dig into someone else's project because it was open source. I recommend trying out Polterbust from the jam. It was really good.
Yeah, it's such a cool game. It's so good that I was convinced they couldn't have possibly made it for the jam.
Yeah, wait, that is so many errors. What is happening?
So what happened was the location of the two ammo boxes between the server and client got desynced. Like the location in the tree in the hierarchy. So every whatever network tick or whatever it is, it was trying to set the value on the ammo box, but it couldn't find it. Because it's a loop, yeah. Am I reading that right? You are indeed. What was my issue? What was the thing I need to solve? I need to figure out where's the player controller. Okay. So I either need to rework how all of this works, or I need to keep digging into band-aiding a weird solution for this problem. A fixed point math system so I can do rollback. I'm having a hard time imagining what that means. Do you mean like... so you can play particles in reverse or something? For the longest time, I thought the high-level nodes were trash. Oh, I see what you're saying. what is the point math going to be used for? I think that's the piece of the puzzle I'm missing now.
Oh, Shiloh, you get desynchronized scenes of players that are only visible to certain clients. Sorry, I wasn't reading. That sounds awesome. I was wondering how to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, I read that. I didn't get a chance to respond to it. That sounds super cool. But my first thought is, isn't that just as easy as don't put an RPC call or a multiplayer synchronizer on those things? I guess if you want the actions of one player to affect the visibility of it to a different player, you still need a multiplayer synchronizer and probably RPC calls. But they just wouldn't sync the exact state. Oh, fixed point math meaning... Got it. In my mind, I was thinking like geometry points. But that makes a lot more sense.
I have not touched networking yet, so I'm so not able to help with this side of things.
So Shiloh, do you know how you can make a signal sync? Because that would help me a lot.
Why would you want it to be a signal?
Because it is a signal. I don't remember where all these signals go. Let me track that down. Oh yeah, okay. So the crafting table sends a signal. No, this is the crafting table. Never mind. Where does the signal come from? The player sends a signal to the crafting table telling it whether or not the player is trying to craft. Do a flip. Do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll. I'm wanting to play that game again. It's been a long time.
Mm-hmm. Star Fox 64?
Yeah.
I think the last time I played it, when I was little, my dentist office had a Nintendo 64 in the waiting room. So I got to play Star Fox 64 while I waited.
Wow.
Make the snake bigger!
Make the snake bigger!
Big.
I am now running into... I did a terrible job naming Blender files, and now they're called whatever they're called, and I have to find them.
Is it called, like... Project version 2, final version, definitely final version. This one's the final one for sure.
I have 10 different files that are called what in the IK, and it's what in the IK 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
That's even worse.
And then I have 12 copies of This Time Symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
The trouble is that I did a bunch of work to make some assets, but I did it on one of the low polys between low poly 1 and low poly 17.
Gotcha. I'm gonna step away for a quick second. I'll be right back.
Let's go, Shiloh. Also, Renegade, yeah, that's the important part. Oh, you know what? I can use timestamps to know when this was. Because I sent pictures to people, like, as soon as I did it. Okay. See ya, Shiloh. I have always loved MMOs. Now that I know enough, I probably wouldn't want to tackle something that open. It just sounds terrifying. But I would love to tackle something multiplayer and make something sandboxy that multiple people could play in. Because multiple player sandbox stuff has always been my absolute favorite. Make the snake bigger! 613
MMO bullet heaven. I have a super ambitious MMO game idea
Go on.
that I've been toying with. I don't know, it'd take me like an hour to explain the entire idea.
That does sound ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is this the file? Is it low poly 13? Yeah, I found the file I was looking for. Let's go.
Yo, Fly Fox joined the Discord. Welcome. Okay, so hear me out. What if Minecraft, but more exploration heavy? But also, because it takes so much time to travel to like a dungeon or whatever in Minecraft back to your base, what if your base was a vehicle? And then also, what if it's an MMO?
That's fun. Can you see everyone else's vehicles?
That's the idea. But I think in order to make that work would be a huge technical challenge.
That would make big player events hilarious. Because it would just be like Super Bowl parking lot of players.
Yeah. But I'm worried about the technical challenge of like, how do you make something that is modular and buildable, but then also make it like not super heavy for multiple of them to exist in a world?
The way that stuff like that is done is there's like only a certain amount of possible options in MMOs. Like you can only wear so many types of clothing, and then your local client knows all of the clothing types, and then they'll just have like, these are the pieces of clothing that I'm wearing, and then you locally will compute what that looks like. With sandbox stuff, it's a little more complicated, because if it's totally freeform, then you have a ton of things it can be, and you have to like dynamically generate it.
Yeah. So that's where we get into the ambition of like, that's going to be a huge technical challenge to make that work. But it started with the idea of like, I'm bored of just mining and crafting in Minecraft, and I want to go on adventures and like find dungeons and do fun adventurous things. But there just aren't Minecraft mods that scratch that itch for me. So I was like, what if I make that game? So I was starting to think about ways that you could like make Minecraft but exploring heavy. And what I concluded is that trying to travel really far and travel all the way back to your base every time you want to go take on a dungeon, that's a lot of traveling. So what if the base just comes with you? Basically Hytale. Did they ever release Hytale? They're in beta still. They overscoped massively, yeah. Yeah, kinda Howl's Moving Castle vibes. Can we get a picture of the actual castle? Yeah, like a big walking castle. Or there's this movie called Mortal Engines, which is not a good movie, but the world that it's set in is so cool. Where it's like you have these giant buildings on wheels, and it's like that's part of what inspired this idea. Like, I think this is so cool. Just look at this. What'd you say, Coke?
There's a game called... Oh, I was saying that's a Peter Jackson film, I think. One game that has a really good vehicle mechanic, IMO, is Black Skylands, which I recently played. It's very open world, and you're like flying an airship around.
Ooh. So the other part of this that is extremely ambitious is I want it to be procedurally generated dungeons, but it has to be really good procedural generation for this idea to work. Hi, Baskin. Make what? A Mortal Engines MMO? MMO, but the cities move around? Exactly, Adagon. Would have sounded like Klingon to you a few weeks ago, but I'm actually able to follow conversations now. Yeah, learning like game dev lingo and understanding concepts, not easy if you haven't done game dev before.
It's one of the fields that they don't have too much jargon compared to others, but there's still enough that you can get lost.
Another thing I was thinking about is like there's an MMO called Trove that actually pretty much started this Twitch channel way back when. And they solve that issue by making it so that you can build your base, and then there's like little spots throughout the world that you can just spawn your base there. So it kind of follows you, just not as deeply. And I was thinking about that. The thing that Trove didn't do for me is have good procedural generation. Every dungeon was just identical. Or they had like 10 different types of dungeons. So like after you do them a couple of times, it's just the same dungeon. You've already been there. And that's where it's like, okay, I need like good procedurally generated dungeons that actually feel fresh if I'm gonna do them. And I'm a little scared of procedural generation.
I'm not. I can help with that. That's my favorite thing in the whole world.
Yeah. And then I have this even more ambitious idea to do Dwarf Fortress style procedural generation where every single dungeon has like deep lore within the world and every dungeon boss has like some unique and deep reason why they're there protecting that dungeon.
We love Dwarf Fortress lore.
And that's where it's like, okay, now we're getting into like a 20-year project.
Okay, so here's the thing, Adagon. I want to talk about this. Waveform collapse. Fantastic idea. It's such an interesting way to do generation where you just like seed it and then based on the probabilities and the possibilities of what things could be, everything just collapses into place. And some of the results are also really pretty. The trouble is, if you are making like a 3D world where all the pieces can connect to a bunch of different pieces, the amount of rules that you have to put together is unbelievable. You have to make so many interlocking pieces with so many orientations, and you have to make sure all of them like are programmed into the generator. It is a disaster. I recently tried to do it because I had this idea of a cool thing I could do with waveform collapse. And then I started the project and I realized this is the worst thing I've ever experienced. I have to program like hundreds and hundreds of rules just to make the stupid thing work in 3D. Not to mention, I have to model endless terrain pieces that all have really specific matching sides. Disaster. It's a great idea, and it is a nightmare. Anyway.
So that's the most ambitious part of this idea, is like having super deep procedural generation where every dungeon feels completely unique and every enemy feels completely unique, and you never feel like you're doing the same thing twice. We're on an ad break.
Ads. We love ads. So entertaining. So great. Literally there's no person who doesn't like ads. Everyone loves ads.
My phone is just blowing up today. Since I started streaming, I've gotten like 10 emails and like 3 phone calls. Never make 3D games. Yeah. And this all has to be 3D.
Nightmare.
It's too much. So what are you working on, Code?
I am doing another Godot project. I'm learning about exporting nonlinear 3D animations. Well, I did all that yesterday. Exporting nonlinear 3D animations from Blender and bringing them into Godot. And now I'm just rigging up like an animation tree, trying to figure out how all that works. It's a bit of a disaster.
That sounds pretty wild.
It is pretty wild. How's your thing going? Where are we at?
I have made no progress.
Excellent. Let's change that. What
we
are we
got
doing?
super big distracted. Networking. Children never seem to need as much as they do when you're streaming. Oh yeah, for sure. That's how it be. I don't get any phone calls when I'm not streaming, but then as soon as I hit that start button, everyone wants my attention. So basically, the way my multiplayer works right now is that every time the player interacts with something, that interaction gets called for every single client. So all we do is sync the player's position and rotation, and then when the server tries to interact with something, all of the clients run that same function for interaction.
I wonder if it'd be better to do like sync that the animation plays and then sync any values that change, but don't actually run the function separately on everyone's computers.
Yeah, so where I got to this is that most of these situations, when you interact with something, you are reparenting an object. And as far as I can tell, there isn't an easy way to sync a reparent event. Unless I just call those individual functions, but that's like a million RPC calls. Yeah,
Say that again.
I can't do an RPC call with a reference to an object. So that's what all of these functions do, is they just have a reference to an object. But if I do that as an RPC call, the clients will be like, we don't know what that object is.
So then that's what you need to synchronize somehow then, right? The clients need to have a synchronized list of objects to do stuff with.
Yeah, it would make more sense for sure to change this from like the player interacted because that requires it to be perfectly synced between like the player is here looking at this object when they interact.
Right.
And it would be a lot more robust if it was this player is interacting, or this player is now holding this object.
Right. And then have it so that when they stop holding it, which gets synced, their action like goes into a queue or gets synchronized as far as what values change.
Mm-hmm. It's viable, but I worry that it could be inconsistent. If you have networking issues where the player's position and rotation gets a little bit out of sync with the interaction event or the player input event, then things will just fall apart. Yeah. So part of that is not really knowing how the multiplayer synchronizer and RPC calls will interact with each other. If the multiplayer synchronizer and RPC calls all make the right calls in the right order, regardless of how good your internet connection is, then it won't be an issue. But I don't know.
So what can you synchronize?
Variables and function calls.
Function calls. So that means each object needs to be like networked. Each like interactable.
Yes. Think.
If you sync the interactables, it makes more sense to sync player interact input. Maybe I want to see the picture. I think that's what Qualis was trying to do, actually.
That is what I'm doing.
As long as all the values get perfectly synced.
So I think I should go back to what I was trying to do, which is figuring out a way to make this signal sync as an RPC call. Wait, why can't I just sync this as an RPC? What if I just put this in its own function and make it an RPC call? Let's call it end crafting. There we go. And then call this here. And then make this an RPC. And then what did we use here? And then we need to call this as an RPC.RPC. And then that hopefully should do the thing. We need to remove the multiplayer synchronizer on the ammo box. Falconer, hello! Well, that worked. And then if I finish the crafting, will it sync? Yep, that was the problem the whole time. It is solved.
Let's go!
Good morning? Is it morning over there? I'm so glad this works. You just always say good morning, gotcha. What are you up to today, Falconer?
Hello, Falconer. Sorry, I'm a little quiet. I'm working. You know, do some work over here.
Day. Oh no.
No, you hate to see it.
Alright, let's clean this up and get it pushed. And then we
Is there
can
a way
go
to
back
change
to... Say again?
Is there a way to change the default import in a Godot project? Ah, yeah, you could preset set as default.
I've never been to a laundromat. That sounds like an unfun time.
It is an unfun time.
It sounds funnent.
It is funnent.
What do you mean default export, says Shiloh?
I meant default import.
Do you want a stream code?
I don't.
Okay.
I literally might have said export, Shiloh.
I wasn't listening closely enough to say whether or not.
We'll never know, honestly. It's a mystery. It'll never get solved. Yeah, unfortunately I can't stream at the moment. I could work on Twitch stuff, but it more or less drives me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? We got Shiloh in chat. It might be time to do some programming. As a treat for you, Shiloh. Yeah.
Say given is a penny towards a sad.
That's so true.
Yeah. I think that's really good advice.
I agree. I think everyone should kind of keep that in mind. Okay, I need to save some textures really quick.
Make the snake bigger.
Make the snake bigger!
Epic. Huh.
I should have one more texture.
Yeah, Adagon's been hanging out.
Alright, cool. Now I can close my project. Yes, save. Close Blender. No, don't save. Oh my gosh, I have so many tabs. Okay, we're gonna do a quick tab purge. Tabs require obliteration.
Tab bridges are so good.
I think I need
Why that would
to...
be happening.
What's happening?
It's angry that I'm trying to connect a signal that's already connected, but maybe I'm not disconnecting it when I should.
I noticed that when I was making something, but then that error like resolved itself. I don't know how or why.
Okay, I think it's that I'm not disconnecting the signal when I should, so let's go interact with it one more time.
I have now officially closed things. Get excited. It's programming time.
Programming time!
My favorite. Share screen. VS Code.
No, this time it's angry that I tried to disconnect a signal that isn't connected.
Let me know when I'm up.
Oh.
Am I getting big screen or small screen?
Which do you prefer?
It's all you, Quellis.
Big screen!
Woo! For anyone interested in what I'm doing with this Twitch integration stuff, I wrote a backend server on my server, which is going to handle Twitch's webhook and then send out a WebSocket event. From here, I plan on taking that WebSocket event and then sending data to OBS. Oh, Shiloh has a guess for you. Rather than using a library to interface with the OBS WebSocket, I am writing my own library to interact with the OBS WebSocket. I'm using Pydantic, and I'm strictly defining all of the different things that you can send to and from OBS, because all of it is fairly laid out in the docs. It's almost easy.
OBS has a WebSocket API.
Let me grab the docs, because they're really annoying to find.
You can do all the things. We should be able to automate all of the rewards. So if you do make the snake bigger,
that's the plan.
Well, I don't know about changing the size of a scene or of a scene item, but I think
you can change the size of a scene item.
Ooh, so then yeah, we can have it make the snake bigger automatically. Make the snake bigger. There's
OS? OBS. So OBS is how we're streaming. That's where the snake, that's how you're seeing everything. So in OBS, we need to resize the snake automatically.
When we get this make the snake bigger reward, I go click on the snake in OBS and make it bigger in OBS.
Shiloh, don't you start.
You were the one who called me dumb, not Code. That was you.
What did I say? You asked how OBS comes into play, and I explained it. What did I do?
You can't do things, Shiloh, and then blame it on other people.
You're so mean to me. So the really annoying thing here is that this is the op5 base model. When it's opcode 5, it is an event. I think that's when the WebSocket tells you that an event has happened. So I'm trying to define this using Pydantic. And it has a few variables that are consistent. Event type is always a string. Event intent is always a float. And event data is always something in this massive list of event data types. It's like a living nightmare how many things can be events. So I wrote code to automatically parse this JSON where they define all the event types and turn it into a list of Pydantic classes for each event type that I'll inherit from OBS event data. That way I can type everything correctly. That almost works, except a few things like event data are dict. It's like, what do I do with dict? I can make it recursive. This has to be a type of event data because this one's event data. But some of them are like filters. And the filters just say that they are objects. This is a list of objects. And I don't know what a filter object looks like because it doesn't tell me. And this is a scene item transform. I also don't know what a scene item transform looks like as far as the hard-coded dictionary values goes, because that's also not documented anywhere. So what I'm going to be doing is running a few tests and pinging these various API points to see what these return, and then I can strict type them. Wolby, please.
I will be.
Dict short for dictionary, for the record. I have a script here that runs 2 WebSockets at once. Was a WebSocket. There are 2 WebSocket clients. Actually, I think one's a server. Oh, it's a mess. Oh no, it's a double client because it needs to connect to the one on my website that sends Twitch events, and it needs to connect to the one in OBS to send it events. It's a whole mess. I am talking about dict, yes, in place of object. What? So I need to test things properly. I think what I have to do is create another. I think I need to create another Python script that is a WebSocket server where I can send stuff to here. I think it's a mess. It's actually a mess. So it does here in this protocol.json. Here's like a list of useful things. But some of them have inputs that are unclear. I think under enums, maybe there's stuff.
But in short, Renegade, Code is writing a library for Python that can control OBS.
So here's the issue, Wolby. Some stuff like this say value type object, and it says a new settings object. And I don't know what a settings object looks like. I want to strictly type, or at least define to Pydantic what the settings object is, because then there's, it's very easy to do stuff because everything is type checked for you. So you could be like, oh, I'm clearly missing this to pass into there. But they just make it really vague in like 5 spots. Settings objects different for each source type. Is there a list of source types and their settings objects? Because then I could just make one for each type. And there's only a limited number of types. There's a large number of types, but I could generate it dynamically. If not, then there's really no point in doing any of this Pydantic stuff, which kind of sucks. That would be awesome, Wolby, because I actually lost my mind trying to figure it out the other day. So, Pydantic with a D, because it's like pedantic. It is a library that lets you do data validation. So over here on main, I have defined this base model, and it says it takes a event subscription of type float, or none. So this is an optional parameter. So what I can do is if I receive JSON, I can automatically check it against this to verify that it's the right type. That's just like a thing you could do. So this is the OR operator, and then if it's none equals none, it's like it has to be this, or it could be nothing, in which case it's nothing. This is the default value if this is the type that comes back. Shiloh, are you an AI?
His string parsing algorithm needs updating.
Yeah, optional parameters have this or none equals none bit. Yeah, that does bug me too, when colons have a space before them. I don't know if I even need to do all this typing, but it's really satisfying to have Pydantic take care of this stuff. And what's really nice about it is you can do a lot of dynamic like API generation, because I can use Pydantic and say, all right, give me a list of valid inputs, and it just goes, it looks like this. Here's the docs, and it's docs generation. All right, thanks, Wolby. As a language model, I don't have access to syntax before my knowledge cut off date. Got him. So I think what I need to do is, I don't know.
I can relate.
I can connect, you know what? I can use my browser to connect to the WebSocket. There's like a local, I think I have simple WebSocket extension, which allows me to just connect to a local WebSocket. So I just need to write out the commands or the things that I'm going to send the WebSocket. The issue is that some of the types are not strictly defined. Like filter settings, it's just an object. It's like I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. I guess for simplicity, I could just try, I don't know. Let me see if I can validate. Let me see how I could validate stuff. Validate WebSocket JSON Pydantic. It says model validate JSON. No, I could just do like a dictionary, because then it'll just return anything that's valid. But I find it frustrating that I can't find what the possible inputs are. At this point, I'm getting distracted with the concept of learning the API, and it's keeping me from actually doing things. I'm slithering the code. I'm looking for a validation, a pedantic validation thing.
I'm
I
always
think I
looking
could
for
say
validation.
true. I think I could do some sort of like, it could be any of these sort of deal. Actually, what would it do if I created a new? Oh wait, no, it'd be this OBS message. OBS message dot validate model validate JSON.
Oh, that'd be
Message.
cool. Flyfox says, adios for now. Gotta get back to my actual job. So you're trying pixel art all day and expect to get paid. See ya, Flyfox.
Oh my
Thanks for
gosh,
stopping
my
by.
life. Have a good one, Flyfox. Literally calling my life out.
I think you would do so good with pixel art commissions.
I can assure you, I can't. I know, because I've tried. There's some interest, and I've done pictures for people, but there's certainly not enough interest to make anything profitable. That is why I don't have a lot of money. Oh my gosh, Shiloh, I will draw rocks for you all day. Speaking my language.
I don't know. My experience is that I commissioned code for this Q logo, and it's a fantastic logo.
I'm glad you like it.
He made it? Yeah, he made it.
If y'all ever want to see my portfolio of pixel art, I will go get that.
No, switch the eyes. Yeah, let's do that actually.
I've done more than this technically, but most of the good stuff is in this folder. If you go to that website and you hit back and then you go to game development, you can also see all my miscellaneous started but never finished game dev projects, which there are a lot of. Thank you, Shiloh. My dream would be to include all of them. I want to, sources is important. Transforms, like object transform definition is also important. Because I just want to have the whole of OBS WebSocket basically defined so that I can interact with it without any unknown errors. Perfect. That is more important, I would say. I need to take apart opcode 6. This is opcode 6. Called request. This is what we'll mainly be sending to OBS, but not really, because I think we need to request data and then parse that data and then send it back. So if we want to make the snake bigger, for instance, we need to first request info about the snake scene, including its ID, by referencing it by name. And then, once we get the details back and we fill it in, then we can send a request that says, hey, change the transform. But we can store the data that we gained the first time for future snake size changes. What's the type here? I should have just used this. Request type, string. Request ID, also string. Request data, object.
Object.
It's like I could just put that as a dict, I guess. I'm not sure what else I would really do there. Because it's just object. That's what's driving me crazy. I want to know the possible request datas. I assume there's a lot of them. But I feel like if they're written down somewhere, I could still dynamically generate a list of them. It could be that I'm misusing Pydantic, and it shouldn't be used like this, but yeah. Oh, right. We need to check out a game real quick. Hold on.
Check out a game?
Yes. Let me switch to streaming this. There's a game from Plasma who was in chat like a week ago or when we were doing the jam. And they uploaded a game for the jam, so we should check that out.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yes. We will do that while Wolby, I assume, does a deep dive into what I was failing to do a deep dive into. Alright, can you see?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so Salem witches have been exiled and forced west. Now they plague the desert towns of the Wild West, but not without resistance. The outlaws won't be outdone and work to eliminate the threat. This is our submission for Godot Wild Jam number 70. We hope that you enjoy it. Run around the map using arrow or WASD. Your character automatically shoots enemies. Right-click to drop TNT. Oh, right, it opens in a new window. Gotta find the new window. There we go. Let's go! Man, they have so much health.
There's no feedback about whether or not they're getting hit. There you go.
No, there is. There's a sound. Do you not hear the sounds?
Oh, let me see. Maybe I have the stream muted.
It might come through my snake.
Oh, that is
but
so loud like this.
You guys might see me talking in the form of this game's audio.
Yeah.
I see. Oh, look, I can get upgrades. Nice.
I should have just done that. That would have made more sense.
What's the damage? 19. I don't know how much health things have, so I don't know what 19 means. Oh, but I can kill things now. I actually do damage. I'm having trouble finding out what it's choosing to target things. I think it's when a new thing enters my targeting area, that's the one it switches to targeting, because I seem to not be targeting things that are closest. I can actually hurt things now, though. What? More damage, please. Oh gosh. Goodness, the bullets. Oh shoot, that's super good. Why wasn't I getting that before? That's pretty good. Simple little game. It's a shame I don't get more bombs per round. Ooh, health.
Is that what's in the top left? Bombs?
Yeah, these are TNTs that I can drop.
Oh.
So you watch, I'll drop one.
Its icon is so gigantic.
Hip. It is. It's a large. Oh gosh, there's Reapers now. Yeah, it is a large icon for the TNT. Alright, that was the restart point of the song. Dude, these bullets are ridiculous. I need to take care of some of these cowboys. This weapon is hilarious when you get more spread on it. It is just a wall of bullets that I'm shooting. Okay, gotta take care of the cowboys. Oh, did I die? Didn't even notice. Alright. Pretty good. So that was by Chatter Plasma Hive, who was in here during the jam.
Mm-hmm. I remember Plasma. I called them Plasma Live instead of Plasma Hive at first.
So I was in your somewhere and starting to I think you could just do a get input default settings for the default. So what do I do with those? Do I run those? Is that like an event I can send to get the info back? Got it. Yeah, opcode 6 is the sending requests. Okay. Hey, I'm down. Let me open up the WebSocket and talk to OBS and ask it for things. It's so goofy, Wolby, because the documentation is so good for like events and some of the things. They have this huge JSON file and they dynamically generate docs using it, and it's so cool. Except for like the 2 or 3 objects that they don't document at all. No, they can't only be for wizards. I need them.
Wasn't there a way to export it at a different size without changing the actual canvas size of the project?
Wasn't there a way to export it as a different size without actually changing the canvas size of the project?
Yeah, GIMP.
Oh, in GIMP? I don't think so. If that's a thing, I would love to know about it. Because when I export, I always have to scale the image first.
Okay.
I just like scale it, export it, and then undo the scale, basically. That would be huge if you could do that without the way I do it. Window override changes the window size, but not the viewport size. I think we're referring to GIMP, Shiloh, not Godot.
Mm-hmm. GIMP.
It's a great answer. I appreciate it. Good answer. Good answer.
I'm streaming now.
All right, I'm gonna run this code. Theoretically, I guess I'll go back to sharing my code. But you can make me small. I am going to connect to the OBS WebSocket through Python code and just kind of hope it works. That's the plan. Run.
Well, that wasn't right. Oh, interpolation. That's the problem. There we go.
Wow, it actually seems to have worked.
What worked?
Connecting to the WebSocket and printing out that doing the data validation seems to have worked.
Gotcha. And we need
So annoying, Wolby. I appreciate you looking it up.
open mouth.
Let me do this. So the only thing I print is this. I need to kill this. Ooh, that's a great idea, Renegade.
There we go. Oh yeah, I would love to do a Halloween themed version of this avatar. I'm so used to seeing the eyes look to the right that it just looks weird having them look to the left now. Does it look weird to you too, Shiloh? Or are you asking why I think it's weird? Yeah, I don't know.
Did I take a look? Hold on.
Here, I'll put it on the Discord stream.
All right, let me switch to your stream. Okay, what are we looking at?
The Q.
What's wrong with it?
I switched the direction of the eyes, and Shiloh and I both feel like it looks weird now. Or do you think it looks fine?
It's all you did flip them left to right, you didn't move them up or down?
No.
I think it's fine. I think you're probably just psyching yourself out.
Yeah, I think it's just that we're so used to seeing it be a certain way that it just looks weird to us.
Yeah, I think it looks fine.
It's looking backward.
You're having a classic left to right flip problem.
Mm-hmm. Had some logic though? What you mean? What logic did you have?
Oh man, can you not do Godot style type checking? Can you not do if this is this in Python? It is not liking it.
No, I think you have to do is type, right?
No. I'm gonna cry. So spoiled by Godot. I'd probably do like if type is whatever. I guess I have to do is if type is this. Otherwise it'll do some sort of value check.
I'm looking it up.
Yay, it worked!
Yeah.
So, I've successfully received a message from the OBS WebSocket and validated it as an opcode 0 automatically, which is just the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shiloh. What's nice is now I can automatically send back an op1, which is what I'm supposed to respond with. I think I can just build one. Yeah, I really love the is checking.
It makes sense from the Python perspective, but the Godot perspective is so much more straightforward. It makes sense that it's like, is this object equal to this class type? Well, no, that's an object and that's a class type. But it makes so much, it's just so much simpler, the Godot way of just being like, is this class? Yeah.
So will that just work? The method JSON in class base model is deprecated. Use model dump JSON. Can do. So now I should be able to pass it an opcode 1, and then it should give me an opcode 2.
What do you mean optional types? And what's the double or?
Oh, is that to me? What's up?
No, I'm talking to Shiloh. It is or. Why would you ever use that instead of just the word or?
Yeah, not having tuples is actually brutal.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Oh, wait. You can't have nullables? I thought there were nullables.
It's tradition.
Okay, so if I run this, it should connect to the OBS WebSocket, which will respond by sending me an op0. My code will notice that that is an op0 and respond with an op1 with RPC version 1. And then it will theoretically send back an op2. Let's find out. Oh, I didn't await. I gotta await that guy. Your request is missing an op. Oh, because my response doesn't need to be an op1, it needs to be a OBS message, and the D is an op1. And the op is an opcode 1. Okay, it didn't like that. Like this. Missing data D. No, it is not. Oh, yes it is. Oops. How about now? Your event subscriptions is not an unsigned number. I thought event subscriptions was optional. I thought for sure event subscriptions was an optional thing to put in. Because when you connect to the WebSocket, you have to tell it, like, this is the stuff that I want to listen to. You could do a bit mask for the events that you want to listen to. I thought for sure that that was optional, and by default it just subscribes to everything, but it's having an issue.
Are variables still always globally scoped in Python, Shiloh?
No. Really, I like variable scoping in Python. Like, I'm pretty sure Python has good scoping. I'm not sure what issues you've had, but everything has been pretty good to me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I've not had issues with that myself.
There was a time that everything in Python was globally scoped, but I think we're past that.
I think model dump JSON is working, but I need to get rid of like null fields. Exclude defaults. Exclude none. Yes, that's the one. So will this work? Huh? Yes!
Yeah.
I have successfully sent an op1 connection message to OBS.
Yeah.
This is huge. So now, as long as the script is running, it is a valid. It has a valid connection to OBS and can send it requests, which I can get theoretically from another WebSocket. Thank you, gang. This is actually very cool. So now I'm going to look at the docs and go to opcode 6 and see what it is I can respond with, or what I can ask it for.
We about to have an ad.
Ad time.
Ad time.
So I am going to have to do another. Oh gosh, it's going to be annoying. I'm going to have to write another script to dynamically parse the list of request types and create identics for them. Because there is a nice JSON list of possible requests and all their fields, although I'm sure some of them are annoying objects. But I just need to parse this from JSON into Pydantic, which I've done before. Hello, Robotussin.
Robotussin, hello. How you doing, Robotussin?
Did you put me back on the big screen, you sneaky Quellis?
You've been on the big screen for a hot minute.
I don't think I am in the indie game devs Discord.
Oh
Unless
yeah.
it's buried.
I should invite
No, I don't
you,
think so.
if I can.
I'm not in too many Discords right now. I try to keep that. I've been keeping it pretty light, which is great. What is it?
It's our stream team that we're streaming in.
Oh, nice.
The team is growing faster than I can keep up with.
Oh, well, thank you for the invite.
You can send it to me. Let me make sure my DMs are on.
So, check this out, Shiloh. I am in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and that's it.
Yeah, Falonier's the one who started the team.
I think 26 Discords is pretty dang low. And 2 of those are just personal, they're just my own. You should. It's such a hassle. In fact, you know what? Hey, let's cut some now. This one here, Black Ops 4 community. I was in there for some modding stuff, just to get some, because zombies. I will get rid of that. Bam, we're down. Down another one. Majora's Mask randomizer community. I need to stay in there because the music files are there, and that's just the best place to get more music for the Majora's Mask randomizer. Yeah, not much else I can really cut here, to be honest.
Wolby, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Koala Squad.
Thank you for the follow!
I don't know what this is, but Wolby sent it to me and told me to send it to you.
How long have I been developing? Yeah, I've done Godot for a few years. I've been developing games for probably 14 years. Since picking up Game Maker as a kid. Oh. Let me take a look.
Yeah, so I have 5 years of experience as a software engineer, but not doing anything remotely game related. And then I would put my Godot experience at like maybe 3 months. I've fiddled with Unity only for messing with VR chat avatars. And that's pretty much all my experience. What'd you do in software? Mostly Python. My first 2 years were implementing cellular protocols in C++, basically. And then after that, it was just kind of just completely random Python stuff.
Of course. Well, I appreciate it anyways, Wolby. Okay, so these are the default. So what are these for?
Power of 9, hello!
Power of 9!
Welcome!
I'm so, like, lost. I guess I need to send an OP6 to test it out. Oh no, I need to build the list of OP6s. Ah!
We're doing pretty good. How are you, Power of 9?
Luckily, I have this, which I already wrote, which builds, which just builds my Pydantic stuff for me. I'll need to move it into this folder, though. "10-hour animation session." Oh, okay. Well, thank you. So we need to open up requests instead of events. Oh gosh, is there a way to expand all? This is my nightmare. I didn't realize you could even close all like this. Oh, control click. Thank goodness. Oh, wait, no, it didn't work. Oh gosh. There we go. Shift click.
10-hour animation session? Dang. What kind of animator are ya?
We want to go to requests.
A reanimator?
That's OBS.
So it's the undead.
Optics.
Yes.
Or data in data fields.
Exactly, Renegade.
Ah, so it's called request fields this time.
It took me the longest time to realize that, like, when you have a power switch and it has, like, a line and an O, that those were ones and zeros. That it's 1 for on and 0 for off. I was always just like, why is a dash on and why is the circle off? What boolean is not -1?
Wait, I think I need to move this file. I think it's in the wrong place. Oh no, it's just running out of this folder, so I need to move protocol.
The answer, Shiloh, is that is not a boolean. You would still get an integer out of that. I don't know what the integer would be though. Probably -1.
Now I should be able to do it. Run it. So dictionary issue, event type. Right.
You do Twitch emotes for streamers in Asebright to improve your pixel art. Damn.
That's awesome.
They look so good.
I should do that.
What language are we talking about, Shiloh? Code is working on an OBS WebSocket library, basically, for Python, so that we can get the rewards to hook into OBS and do the size of the snake and stuff automatically. And also I'll be using it for my own Python script to create a not Elgato Stream Deck out of a MIDI controller.
Okay. So I was able to dynamically isn't there a fancy term for dynamically generating code? I thought there was some kind of fancy term for that.
Dynamically generating code?
Yeah.
AI.
So what should I do here? Some of these protocols, some of these requests, like get scene collection list, I don't think they have input data. But I'm not sure input data is optional. Did I make it optional? How smart am I? I am smart. It's optional. Okay, excellent. Okay, so this should be replaced with OBS requests data. Bam.
Checkmate, Shiloh.
Wait, no, undo that. Okay, so that's good. We need to go to this one. So this should be replaced
So
with
I stored
this.
-1 in a variable, did not that variable, and I get out the number 1. In C++.
At the very
C++
top of the file.
isn't a real language, though.
Roasted.
Who was it in the government that declared C++ as an unsafe language that we shouldn't use? Yeah, because it applies the not to each individual bit in the integer in C++. It's a bitwise operator, not a Boolean operator in that situation.
Let's just do model config. I think that's also what I'll do for ones that have issues, for ones that are invalid.
Wolby has sent another file. Here you go, code. Good luck.
Alright. Can I do use regular expression? Nice. So I can do this,
Oh, is that not the
this,
case for
this.
C, Shiloh?
this, class. And replace it with this. This.
I'm the one who brought C into this.
Class. I think that's the play.
We're talking about nuances of doing weird things with Boolean operators in different languages. And I brought up C++. Yeah, so JavaScript will just cast that to a Boolean. And -1 is, I believe, false, I would think.
I just didn't want to make that 2/ns like this.
No, it has to be true. Not true would be true. I'm surprised -1 would be true. Interesting.
There we go. So this is all of the requests, all the possible requests from OBS, broken down into Pydantic base models. Sorry for being distracted. You sent me something. Ooh, the filters! Yes! Thank you. Hello, Mube.
Hmube, Hmube.
Probably Mube.
Anything not 0 is true, right? Yeah, it must be in JavaScript.
Isn't JavaScript type, or isn't JavaScript like equality checking mad sus?
It goes by usually the type of the first thing, and then it just assumes the second thing is that type. So if you were to compare a Boolean to an integer, it would just convert the integer to a Boolean and then compare them.
So this, go on.
So it just makes a lot of weird assumptions. It's like every weird, or like every case where you're comparing things of two different types, you can get a completely different outcome. Okay, your turn.
Interesting. So I actually do need an any type. I think you brought it up earlier, Shiloh, that the any type. I'm in need of an any type.
Oh, that's true, Shiloh. The triple equals.
Luckily, from pedantic.typing import any. So that actually can just be any.
I am very fortunate that I was able to save a lot of money, but I'm also taking a huge risk streaming full time and hoping that I can make money at it.
I hear you, the power of 9. I'm also in a bit of a spot.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it, Wolby. You've been very helpful. What is a config dict in the context of OBS? Oh, great, an object. What is a config dict? I don't know. I guess it's model config is what it's looking for. I don't know what a model config is. Get virtual cam. Yeah, I'm just gonna give it a dictionary because I have no idea. Nothing else is a dictionary except for objects, so I'll know when I come back here that there's some stuff that needs fixing. Change this to bool. Ding, nice. And, oh, still errors. What do we got? This is weird. Oh, look! This is actually a defined dictionary. So we need to create a class key OBS key modifiers of type. See, this is what I'm talking about. Here they've actually told me what is in this. It's going to have a shift of type bool, a control of type bool, an alt of type bool, and a command of type bool. Bam. So that's the request data. And with that, we have all of the possible op6 request types as one nice pedantic, well, nice is a strong word, it's 593 lines, as one pedantic base model source file. So we can import this into our main.py, and then we can construct this stuff. We can import OBS requests, and we can import event types. I gotta rename those files at some point. I understand that it's configuration dictionary Falconeer, but I don't understand what it is in the context of OBS. From what I understand, configuration dictionary is another specific type that I don't know the data for.
JavaScript, C, C Sharp, C++,
Oh, I do look
and
pretty
couldn't
awesome,
write 2
actually.
lines of code. Yeah, I found a new button that makes it extra yellow.
I look great. So now the question is, can we build a request? What do we want to do? What's our test? Set a scene's transform? Set scene item transform.
Yellow but more, exactly.
Oh yeah, but we need to get the item ID, so I guess we'll get scene item transform. It's not actually clear if any of this stuff is optional. Yellow but more!
I'm back.
This is such a hassle.
I haven't experienced a mashed potato topped cottage pie, so I don't understand.
Wait, config dict strict equals true is something that I put in here. What am I thinking? Just wondering why everything looked wrong. That was me being silly.
Whatever you said, that's my brain. I said I've never experienced a mashed potato topped cottage pie.
From base model, or from Pydantic, import base model and import config dict. There we go. No more errors. So we could get scene collection list. That's what we could do. So after we get our successful opcode 2 response, we are going to await the sending of a response. The response is going to be an OBS message. The D is going to be an opcode 6? No, it's going to be a OBS requests dot OBS get scene collection list. And then the op is going to equal 6. Then we're going to say if type OBS message dot D is op 7.
I'm doing quite well.
Print.
I'm having a good day. How about you, Shiloh?
T-fruit message. So I need to look up what the opcode 7 specification is.
I'm
That's
glad.
a request response, which is perfect.
Although figuring out why these signals aren't connecting and disconnecting when they should be is a struggle.
So an op.
You shift the
7.
snake again? What do we got?
Let's
Blue.
go! Blue!
Let's go blue.
So a request type is a string. The request ID is a string. The request status
It's too blue. Too much blue.
is object, and response data is that.
How do I make it less blue?
And this is the request status type. So class, request,
Panic.
status,
Okay, that's
base
better.
model.
No! I wasn't done, Robitussin. Robitussin, what is the color? Is it yellow?
Comment string. And this is a request status. We need to move this here because this will be defined first. And then we get rid of all this.
Robitussin, waiting for confirmation.
Alright, run it. So we got our op2. Oh, we never sent our thing.
Okay, got it.
Do that. And then run it. Cannot import name any from pydantic.typing. How have I messed this up? I thought I just checked pydantic typing. Oh, is typing a Python thing? No. So where can I get typing any? According to my browser, typing any is something in Pydantic standard library? Oh, maybe it's Python. So Python any type. How do I get it? Let's see. Is any just something I can type at any time? Do I not need to care? Can I just say like any? Typing dot. How do I do it? Can you just do import typing? Typing any or import? Couldn't I do from typing import any? Wouldn't that theoretically work?
Yeah, that should do it.
Okay, so let's run this again. Run it. Ooh, the message was not acceptable. That's huge.
See, to my untrained eye, that seems problematic.
What does?
The message not being acceptable. We want acceptable messages.
We want acceptable messages, but the fact that we sent something is epic.
Hey.
So we built an OBS message where the D of the OPSEX. How does OPSEX work?
So basically, Power 9, you learned, what was it, 5 different coding languages, and then you never used them, so you forgot them, and now you are trying to learn them again. Or at least learn how to code again.
Request type, request ID, request data. Oh, that's so annoying. Do I not have types? Oh no, this is just the data. So I needed to do this. I'm gonna have to redo this whole thing. Each of these should have a. How did I do it here? I'm gonna have to do it here too.
Path containing. Move your project or update .NET to the latest version? What are you doing, Shiloh? What is happening?
I'm gonna have to redo this whole thing. So what I did was I went through the protocol and I parsed all of the requests and I created a Pydantic model for each possible request field and I named it after the name of the request type. But what I actually need to do is the same thing, but this should go in a sub field called request fields, because the whole thing needs to be correct. So I need to create a base model that has the request type information and the request fields, and the request fields needs to be this specific dictionary. What I need to find out is if Pydantic can do that without nesting base models, because I really don't want to have like 2 base models for every request type, because that seems obnoxious. Honestly, living out my worst nightmares here. From typing import list. Base model. I really don't want to have to do this. Because it's already so many lines, my OBS requests. Because it's a definition for each possible data of each request. But if I wanted to do it the other way, what we need is an OBS request data thing, and that has these in a subfield, and then it has a name that it also passes. I'm wondering how we can do that in a nicer way. I suppose we can put the name in this same thing, and then we just build it properly here in main. It's so messy. Does that break it, Shiloh?
Send the egg! Welcome! Welcome, Raiders!
Hello!
Thank you for the raid!
What's up, Raiders?
M125 Game Dev, welcome!
Quellis, you should take big screen.
Oh yeah. I've been super distracted by chat. So I'm like hardly doing anything.
It's my turn to be distracted by chat.
Thank you. Mosquito, welcome! Yeah, let's give Sen a shout out. Yeah, Sen, how was your stream? What were you guys up to? Sably, hello, welcome. That sounds about right, I've been there. That one fish, welcome back.
Nested dict without base model.
Failed
Pydantic.
at singing? Code, you were supposed to be distracted by chat.
Look! I just want to do this the right way.
Mm-hmm. Wait, can I just check if the signal is already connected or disconnected?
Thank you, Shiloh. It's problematic.
Well, I should just do that then, because there are situations... I wonder if... I don't know, let's find out. I think there might be situations where not disconnecting the signal would cause issues, but then I also think that... Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to disconnect it.
Okay, sweet. Okay, I found an answer. And for anyone who's interested, because I know y'all are really going hard with your Pydantic programming, this answer is what I was looking for. I will have to regenerate the entire Python script, factoring in these solutions. It's the edit under the accepted answer. The edit's what I'm looking for. Typed dick is what I am looking for. I am going to go take a quick break, enjoy being the head of stream for a bit.
Sounds good. See you soon. Screamo Lullaby sounds wild. I don't know if this will take instance into account. This is connected method. Because I want to know if this is connected specifically to this instance of this function. It must be based on instance. Because the definition of is connected doesn't say that I can do that. Fish going to bed. Bye, fish. Have a good night. Target.craftingdone.is connected. That works. Can I give it this function? M125 Game Dev, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Koala Squad. You still need to close parentheses. Make the snake bigger. There, that should work. Yeah, but this should be if not connected. Yeah, now we get less errors. We still get an error. Why are we getting an error? Because this one's already connected. Yep, so what I'm trying to make here is a chaotic co-op tower defense game. So think like a game like Overcooked, but instead of cooking things for customers, you are crafting ammo and making sure batteries are recharged, so that your tower defense can keep defending. It wants to prolong its existence. In doing so, the human body produces a minuscule amount of antimatter, which leads to annihilation. Wait. You have that's a bold assumption to start with. I very well might eat a banana hoping that it decreases my existence. You don't know my motivation. Also true, Moob. Okay, so can we disconnect this one? We are disconnecting it in a few places. No, we're disconnecting it in one place. Why is it not? Oh, because it's not disconnecting on crafting end. Where are we emitting the crafting end signal? Crafting done here. So we should also, can we disconnect? Do we know who the crafter is? We don't know who the crafter is in this function. Are we storing the crafter? We're not. I may just eat a banana because it's easy to eat. Yeah. Chrome box? What does that mean? Is that a statistics term I'm not aware of? Oh yeah, it is. Oh, why do you do that? Don't do that. Huh. It is a statistics term. Yeah, and like consider this. What if I do know? No, hold on. Wait, let's back up a little bit because there's another piece of this puzzle that we're missing. You kind of just throw out the idea without really explaining why. Why does my body producing a minuscule amount of antimatter mean I have less existence? I'm missing that bit, and I think that's a really important part of this. Explain yourself, power of 9. You need to back up your claims. I need, what's it called? I need peer-reviewed evidence that reducing a minuscule amount of antimatter is reducing my existence. Every time you eat a banana, there is, I don't know, 1 atom less in existence. Oh, can antimatter not go the other way? Can't turn antimatter into matter? May want me to drink hot milk instead of eating apple? Or banana? That's true, Shiloh. I'm with you on that one. Wait, doesn't that go directly against the law of conservation of matter? Or of mass? Law of conservation of mass? Law of conservation of... Music title, I guess? You want to know what this song is? Is that what you're saying? Oh, Hot Milk! Duh, this song is called Hot Milk. I'm a silly goose. They both get destroyed, which would explain less existence. Yeah, it's a good song. Okay, so not disconnecting this signal could be problematic.
I am not AFK. I'm right here. Jump scare.
Hello.
I was absolutely AFK. Hello.
Snake aft.
I had to go refill all of my things. I got water here now. I'm hydrated.
Hey yo, water lit.
Hello, M125 Game Dev.
I'm arguing
It's
with
me,
Power of
Snake.
9 about antimatter and the law of conservation of energy.
Sounds productive.
Mm-hmm. And I'm also trying to figure out how to disconnect a signal when in the function I don't have the context of what the signal is connected to.
Why do you have to disconnect the signal?
Because then if I don't disconnect the signal and another player interacts with the crafting table, then it will also try to spawn an ammo box. Both players will.
Why don't you have a signal that fires a local function and the local function triggers the networked function, rather than having the signal fire the networked function?
Because then I have to rewrite everything.
Huh? No, it's so brutal, Power of 9. I love coding, but at the same time, I'm so... Ugh. I give it my all. I put like 110% into coding, and I just get fried. It's part of why I need someone else to stream with, is because if you were watching me do a coding stream, I would just be like dead quiet, staring at documentation. Be a nightmare.
Wait, does C# not have bitwise operators? What?
Alright, time to learn about typed dictionaries. You would watch a Power of 9? I appreciate that. I mean, you kind of got a taste for it a little earlier if you were here when I was just not saying anything and coding.
Oh, the bitwise not is a tilde. So that's why you can't do it.
Thank you, M12 Game Dev. I think the effect is just enough. And I worked just hard enough to make it happen.
By the way, Game Dev, how
Quillis.
do you prefer to be called?
I demand drip.
I'm saying in like literally every language I'm aware of, the exclamation mark is a bitwise not, except for C#. How much? What kind of drip do you need? We had
Lamps. Give me my lamps.
lamps.
And my beanie. I want my beanie and my lamps. No, don't lurk. You're great. There, now I look fantastic.
Wait. What?
Well, this is learning new things.
What? I'm so confused. How did I just make this up? I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
You're gonna go away? Well, it'll be nice to have had you when you vanish.
10 or 40 minutes. Those are interesting options. But yeah, we've enjoyed having you here. Wonder how exclamation mark. Yeah, what does exclamation mark -1 do in C++ then? If it's a binary,
Oh
not
boy,
a
that's late.
bitwise. Oh yeah. So who was it? Somebody asked earlier what a bitwise operator is.
I will continue streaming coding. I will be small in the corner.
Power 9 asked what a bitwise not is. So make the
I
snake
also suck at
smaller.
bitwise.
Okay, so consider this. If you have an integer, like the number 1, well, let's say the number 2, it's going to be made of ones and zeros. So you have a bunch of zeros, and then 1 0 is the number 2. So if you do a bitwise not, then what you would get out is a bunch of ones and then 0 1. It turns all of the zeros into ones and all the ones into zeros that make up that number. That's what a bitwise not is.
What does it want for request ID? Oh, it just wants like a what's it called? What does it need? I'm losing it. What's a unique ID string? GUID. Goodness.
Yeah, it just flips all the ones and zeros that make up that integer. Make snakes smaller. When is that useful? So it's only useful if you're doing weird things where you have to actually deal with the binary. Not -1 would give 0. Interesting. I'm trying to think of situations where you actually need to deal with binary. Like everything I can think of is like so niche and deep that it's not even worth trying to explain. For using enums that can be combined. Ooh, there you go.
A bit nerdier. It's nerdy all the way down. No, the dangers. Yes, absolutely.
How nerdy are we getting? Are you putting masking tape on your glasses?
Wait, let me restream, but without audio, so that I don't accidentally stream music.
Do it. I'm crazy now. Okay, so M125 game dev. What do you prefer to be called? M125 game dev? M125? M125? Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Shiloh, I'm not asking you. M or M125 or 5 on the 3rd? Five on the 3rd. Is that what I said? I thought I said, how do you prefer to be called? Last one used by your friend. Gotcha. We're in an ad break. I'll see you all in a moment.
No. Okay, I think this will work. So we have that. We have a request ID, which is a string, which will equal UID.UID4.
Okay, we should be back from ads. Are you back, M125?
Obliterated by ads.
We're changing the snake color to Quellis Blue TM.
Hello, Fox
Fox
Hollow
Hollow
Games.
Games! Hello, welcome!
And then we have request data.
Okay, so let's reset this color and then get some hue shift up in here to get us a little bit bluer.
So this is where things get complicated. I have to do the typed dictionary bit now.
We're getting close.
Do I have to import it from
Yeah, there we
typing
go. I think that's
import
about Quellis Blue.
typed? There it is. Let me look at it. Type name. Okay, so there's a type name. Interesting. Typed dict scares me.
Key Ride Snake!
Let's go!
Put me about there. I think that's a good ride. Actually, no. Let's make this a little bigger. And go there. I think that's the stuff right there.
Oh, it's like a constructor where... Oh, okay. So that's
Shiloh really
super
wants you to say dictionary instead of what you've been saying.
Okay, fine. Dictionary. Such a long word. I'm enunciating pretty well. Typed dictionary.
Yeah, so here is code screen. He is currently working on a Python library for controlling OBS via OBS WebSocket.
Now we must have Blue on Blue, the album by Leigh Nash of Sixpence None the Richer, featuring such songs as Nervous in the Light of Dawn. And, is there a song called Between the Lines on there? It's been a while since I've listened to Blue on Blue. I'm looking it up because I know there's another song on there that I really like.
And then I am procrastinating solving signaling issues in my game. That is OBS stuff. Teach me. I will as soon as we get it all working.
It's like an actual nightmare. Right now I have... Am I still on big screen?
I'll put you back.
Right now I have this list of OBS protocol information in the form of a really annoying and scary looking JSON. And I'm converting that to Python Pydantic base models for easy construction of OBS requests. And it's a lot. There's a lot going on.
It is rather be thought of as space, or like space.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to deal with this nightmare, you can either probably wait until Code is done working on this, and then he'll probably release it, or just go look up Python OBS WebSocket, and you'll find a library that already exists that is not done as well as Code can do it, but is decent.
I mean, I appreciate the words you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I'm not confident that I'm doing this correctly myself.
Well, that's how you sold it to me.
I am the best programmer who's ever lived, and I know I'm doing it right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I'm supposed to say? Basic stuff is the way to go. What I'm using right now, is I am using the OBS WebSocket system. It allows you to connect to a WebSocket server inside of OBS and send it like data. You could tell it to do stuff. The trouble is there's a lot of steps to it because you can't just start giving it commands. You first have to say hi to it, and then you have to authenticate yourself, and then you can send requests, but your requests have to be in really specific formats. And having like a cheat sheet on hand that's 500 pages long with all of the possible things you could ask it sounds like a nightmare. So I am using the Python library Pydantic to automate that process. I am streaming. I think I'm on the big screen.
You're not currently. Well, Code isn't streaming to a different Twitch channel. Code is only streaming here.
Yeah. I'm joining Quellis as a guest streamer today, like I have been for a little bit now.
Huh. Okay, so I'm no longer getting errors about signals, but now we have a bug.
Okay.
Not this, not this. Not any conception.
Kylo, you should.
That's so funny.
Non-conceptual.
Unbelievable.
Well, you can. It is up in the air whether Code will end up streaming, but I think we can convince him if he gets enough followers.
Yeah, absolutely. I would stream. The thing is, like, this is a little goofy, but I'm up later than Quellis. So when we're done here, I'm usually still down to keep streaming. If you guys wanted, like, an after party stream, we could take the party over to my place on my channel.
We can shout out the after party stream in the Quellis Discord. Actually, I would really like that in scenarios where, because there's a lot of times where I'm getting really tired and I want to end the stream soon, but you're just rocking it, so I don't want to force you to end stream. So moving it over to your place would be perfect because it takes the pressure off of me. Hi, Cassie.
Sounds like a good deal. Cassie, Are you down for after party streams where once Quellis is done for the day, we go to my channel?
We go head over to Code's place. The epic issue, streaming to get followers, but need followers to stream. Yeah, for sure.
The classic.
The hardest part about streaming is that, like, first few weeks or months or whatever, when you just have nobody in your chat and you just have to figure out how to say words and be entertaining as if people are there.
That's why having a co-streamer is the best. Because I can talk to you and we have some, like, back and forth we can do.
We're not doing after party anytime soon.
We're not doing it right now.
125.
And if we did, it would probably happen automatically via a raid just to make things easier.
Oh, that's smart.
I feel it, Shiloh.
There, I'm sure, are so many people who would be so excited to see you stream, Shiloh.
Local coding legend, Shiloh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna run this and watch it crash. It crashed. What is the... How do you get the size of a list in Python? It's driving me crazy. I'm so Godot brained, I don't know how to do anything. Is it sized as an attribute? No. List object has no attribute size. Is it list length? Len, thank you. Goodness.
You gotta do
Do I have to do len list
before the list.
That's the worst.
Anyways, good morning, Cassie. What are you up to today? What are you learning about?
Yeah, that is how you do it. That sucks. Why does it not have like a dot len? I guess it does have a underscore underscore len underscore underscore that length uses. Oh,
Understandable. I'm
it
on
didn't-
25.
it didn't crash. Oh, but it also didn't work. It almost worked actually. Look at that. Let's delete all this.
Just woke up, need coffee, based.
What kind of coffee do you like, Cassie?
Yeah, how do you take your coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah, I first streaming, Brain, please. I first started streaming as a teenager when I was in high school, and I would like time my streams to make sure that I was doing it when my mom was at home.
Take it instant and black. That's fine. I'm not snobbish.
I don't do instant, but I
like...
do usually take it black.
I love Kona coffee. Kona coffee tastes so good. It's so good. It just has like a good flavor to it. I highly recommend. You can get like a Keurig cups if you use a Keurig. You can get them on Amazon. But Kona, that flavor is so good. Oh, okay, well, good night soon, M.
So are you going now or soon, TM?
And I wish for calm. From Pydantic, import base model, and that other thing, the strict whatever. Config dictionary, goodness. I'll also do from typing import any, just in case we need it. And then I think what I'll do is I will start each line with, or start each class with the model config thing.
Oh, I'm a silly goose. We do have what we need to disconnect the signal. We're Gucci. Where was it? Here.
Yeah, let me run this. What is get persistent data? Why is that in here? Oh, it needs to be a string. That's right.
Wait, we should just move this outside of the if. Oh, but it's here that we're worried about. Never mind. You shift the snake. What color? Neons? Neon what? Neon purple? Neon magenta? What flavor neon are we looking for?
Any neon, pick pink, go!
Find the most neon color. Okay. Let's go find the filters on the snap.
So according to my error, call expression not allowed in type expression Pylance. Spring is not defined. Yeah, that's fine. Let me just replace string with
When I think
stir.
neon, I think neon green.
So somewhere, stats, typed dictionary. I'm doing that, but it's erroring out. Why is it erroring out for something that should work?
I think that's a neon green, right? Neon black. You're back, had to wash dishes? Well, welcome back.
Guess I could, if it doesn't like this, I could do the class definition thing. So I have to so I have to create a new class. So I have to say code plus equals backslash n space 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 class I think it's request data.
You'll take it until you want a new highlighter color. Sounds good, Wolby.
Typed dictionary.
Every one line of code I finish, we redeem something. I haven't even finished a single line of code in a hot min.
R data. And at the end,
Let's
we'll say
see. Did
code.
removing that check fix my bug? Yeah.
I almost want to get like a TTS going locally so I can hear everyone messaging. Because looking over to see everyone takes my eyes away from text. Wouldn't that be nice to just converse?
I wonder if there's a Chrome extension for that. Do you use Chrome?
I don't. I use Firefox.
What was the issue, Shiloh? The issue is that for some reason, when I go to connect this, Mube, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quality Squad. Firefox best. Firefox goated, but there are so many things that I rely on that don't work in Firefox.
What doesn't work in Firefox?
Just certain websites.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I can't give you any specific examples, but there's a lot of important things that just don't.
I would love some examples. Testing something, ooh. So, Cassie, that might be true, but it really helps me work to have people with me. For some reason, I am terrible at working alone, but my drive goes way up to do work when I'm around or talking to people. What might distract me is if the conversation gets, like, intensive, but most of it's just sort of chatting, and it's totally fine to, like, work while doing that. Plus, if people ask questions, answering the question helps me. 7TV? I don't know what 7TV is.
Heaven TV. Oh, is it an emote extension like Rankers? Yeah, it's emotes. Well, I found one thing that claims to be a text-to-speech for Twitch chat, but it requires you to connect your Google Drive, and that seems sus. I've never used FFZ. I've only ever used Better Twitch TV, BTTV.
Oh my gosh, how long has it been since I've done Python? What am I doing wrong? Def.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, this should do what you want it to do.
I'm going to automate the replacing of the various data types so that I can... I really just want to run this and then like not touch the output code at all. I want it to just be done automatically for me.
Found something that works, but I'm hesitant to share it because of an image in it I disagree with. Yeah. I don't have any context about what you're working on, but if there's an image you disagree with, then probably shouldn't share it.
I'm curious about it. Alright, so someone sent me something. Sorry, catching up. Snake, you said controlling OBS is bad through code, so just moving the stick up and down. Yeah, exactly, it is. Because to do that through code, I need to write a WebSocket client that communicates with OBS. It needs to first send the hello code to OBS announcing itself. Or no. It needs to connect, and then OBS sends the hello code letting you know, hey, I see you there. And potentially, here's what you need to authenticate yourself. Then your WebSocket client has to send OBS the message that says, hey, this is me authenticating myself. I'm legit and very cool. And then OBS goes, okay, great, and that's opcode 3. And then you have to send it opcode 6 to move something, and you have to use the move request format, including all the data it requires. One of the things it's going to require is an item ID for the item you want to move, and I don't think you're going to have that because I don't know if they're just numeric 0 to whatever, but that's insecure to do anyways, even because then you're just moving the 0th item, not moving it by name. So if you want to move it by name, you'd have to first send an opcode 6 request saying get the ID of a source, and you pass the source name and the scene, and then OBS would return an opcode 7 with that information in JSON, and then you need to parse the JSON, find the info you're looking for, and then put that into your opcode 6 for moving the thing. But to move it, you actually can't perform a movement operation anyways. You need to first get the current transform. So first, it's opcode 6, give me all the details of this source by name from the scene, including its ID. Great, I've got the ID. Okay, give me its current transform, another opcode 6. It responds, more JSON to parse. Then it's like, okay, now I have the current transform, and I have its ID. I'm going to combine those, opcode 6, move, or set the transform to this transform that I've modified in code and this ID that I got, and then OBS can move the source.
But yeah, exactly what Shiloh said. We're trying to automate a lot of the rewards, and that'll allow us to create even more cooler rewards. Like we could do a Snake RGB reward that just automates shifting the hue shift. So I wouldn't have to like sit there and move the hue slider back and forth. It'll allow us a lot of things that we can do. The reason that Code is having such a hard time is because he's writing all of the OBS WebSocket code from scratch. there do exist a lot of already written Python libraries. So M125, if you're wanting to do it yourself, you could just look into one of these existing libraries. And but in our case, we're a little bit frustrated with the way these libraries work, and they're kind of annoying documentation. So that's why Code wants to write it from scratch. At least that's my understanding. Jesus. Speech chat is the way to go, but requires a Google account. It's so weird. I don't know why it needs a Google Drive. But I found this one called Twitch Chat TTS, which doesn't require an account. You literally just put in the channel name. So it looks a little bit less sketchy. It doesn't mean it isn't sketchy. Do use it with caution.
I'm just using the twitchtts.net.
Yeah. Is it working?
Wait, what do you have issues with? That's what I found. What is it you found but you have issues with? I missed it.
Oh, the speech chat one, the one that requires, the Twitch TTS one that requires a Google account.
But what image do you have issues with? That's what I'm confused about. Besides the Sus Among Us connect button. Oh, okay. In Twitch TTS, gotcha.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know the whole history behind that image, but I do hear that it's problematic.
It's complicated.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we should dig into it at all. Okay,
so now let me run it.
So back to what I was doing. And Shiloh, I think you offered to take a look at what the problem is and help me. I was going to, because I have a hard time. I don't have the ability to disconnect this signal from this function because we don't have any of the context. What I wanted to do is just make sure it doesn't get double connected and throw that error. So I tried to do if crafter.craftingend.is connected.
Hoping Twitch will work. TH checks Frob's help and have a nice time. I should probably go sleep.
Have a good night.
Have a good sleeping.
So if I do craftingend.is connected, for some reason it doesn't connect it. Oh, because I'm a silly goose and I should have done not is connected. Duh. Not is connected.
I almost want to make a program where I can do this. The TTS is going to drive me crazy. I want to make a program where I can give different voices to different chatters so that I can have a more organic conversation.
Oh, that'd be
I
cool.
mean, at some point, hopefully, that will become unsustainable, because hopefully I will have too many, like, viewers to do that sort of thing. But for now, you know, there's only a couple people in chat. Totally reasonable.
There we go. I solved the issue. My code works now.
Congratulations!
It doesn't throw errors.
Yay! Mine's also not throwing errors. It's also not working, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I feel like at the rate
Thank you, Shiloh.
At the rate that this channel has been growing, it won't be long until we just can't have TTS. Assad, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hello. What are you up to today, Assad? Are you working on a Godot project or anything like that? We are doing pretty good. I was really scared of this signal issue I was having in Godot, and I think I just solved it. So I'm happy. Go to bed, M125.
Whoa.
Do you actually want me to kick you out? M125. I'm not sure if that was a joke or a serious request. Yep, for today? Okay.
Get banned.
Have a good night. I hope you sleep well. No hesitation. I mean, I made certain that they were serious about it before I did it. No.
Okay, my code appears to have worked. Am I on screen?
Yes.
So I ran this code, which takes... I'm showing my code right now, right?
Yes.
So I ran this code, which builds the base class, imports everything I need to import. Basically, I'm using Python code to write Python code. It trolls through this protocol, picking up any requests, and it builds classes and subclasses based on the data they need and the possible request fields they might have. And when I run it, we get this. A huge list of Pydantic base models. And each one has an optional R-data typed dictionary. Oh, have a good one, True Power of 9.
How'd it go? Have a jolly good stream. See you, Power of 9. It was lovely to have you.
No timeouts.
No!
So, if the request needed data, it'll have an R-data typed dictionary. And so not all of them require a request data, only the ones that are R-data typed dictionary. Oh, I might need to make it a, it's fine. So now the real test of this, we're going to import OBS request data. Oh gosh, what have I done? There we go. We're going to import OBS request data, and we're going to use those to build an opcode 6 request to OBS. Honestly, what could go wrong? So here we are. So OBS request. So when you talk to and from OBS, each opcode does a different thing. So like opcode 0 is OBS reaching out to you to say, hi, I see you, please authenticate yourself. Opcode 1 is when you respond to OBS and say, hi, I'm me. And then opcode 2 is when OBS responds back and says, okay, I see you, you're chill. The opcode 3 is... I don't know, I've got them written down here. Opcode 3 is if you need to re-identify. It's them. I think that's OBS asking you to re-identify. Yeah, no, it's a nightmare. That's why I'm streamlining it. I am strict typing all of the possible opcodes using Pydantic base models so that I never have to think about them again. If I want to request something from OBS, I just say that I'm doing an opcode 6, And my pedantic base model will be like, okay, here's all the info you need for the type that you're doing. That's the play. So OBS requests data. Dot get what OBS request data is the name of the library. It's OBS request data pi. Oh, OBS get. That's right. Should be an error somewhere there. OBS request data dot OBS get what? Why are you not working? It's because the comma. OBS
The sigh was so
request
dramatic.
data dot OBS. There we go. So these are all. Are you seeing this? Can you see the overlay, or is that a different window?
Combs CEO, hello, welcome to the chat. How you doing?
Hello.
Yes, we can see your autofill, or whatever you want to call it.
Cool. Yeah. So these
Depends on what
autofills
you
are
wanna do,
all of
Combs.
the possible things that I can ask OBS for as a request. And because I've dynamically generated these all exactly the way I want, I can say okay, get me an output list. And then it will tell me all the things that I need. Look at that.
Programmer Jeff, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quella Squad. How are you
So
doing?
all I need is request data equals. Oh yeah, looks like I don't need anything special here. Then opposite 6. Dump the model.
Otter Make Games, thank you so much for the raid.
Hello, welcome everybody. And run it.
How
Message
you
was not
doing,
acceptable.
Otter?
It's
How was
fine.
your stream? How'd it go? What are you doing? Woo! Welcome in,
Let me run
welcome
this
in. B5, welcome to the chat. Doing alright, Programmer Jeff? Nice. Yeah, hello, Raiders.
That doesn't make any sense.
Otter, there was something I wanted to ask you about, but I don't remember what it was now.
I'm not sure what has happened here, actually. This should be printing something.
Oh, I remember what it was. On your shorts, Otter, you have a really cool banner that has the Twitch logo and your Twitch name. How did you get that banner? I want.
Shiloh says /shoutout.
Thank you.
Darn right, Programmer Jeff.
Please check out Otter. Otter does Godot stuff.
Interesting.
cool.
That message was not small. So I actually don't know who is throwing that error. That message was not acceptable.
Yeah, it's two of us. I'm Quellis. I'm the Q that's bouncing around down in the bottom right, and the snake is Code. We are co-hosts of this stream.
I am the snake. That's awesome.
Oh, sorry
I'm a
about
big
that,
fan
Otter.
of both engines.
Otter does Game Maker, not Godot.
A great question, Quellis.
So Code is working on a Python library for OBS WebSocket so we can do cool reward redeems. Like for example, we have a reward redeem that makes the snake bigger, Code's avatar, and we want to automate that, and we're going to do that with this script. I am working on I have a tower defense, a chaotic co-op tower defense game that I'm working on, and I think now I want to tackle trying to make the character movement feel a little better. It feels a little clunky right now. Can you return JSON representation of the error?
So I think I'm going to do that, yeah. I was trying to figure out where the error was, then I realized I'm the one who made the error. It's down here, it's on the validation error. I was thinking somehow this was just like printing an error to the console, and it was driving me crazy. I'm like, which library would do that? But no, that's me. I said when a validation error gets raised, do this. So what's happening is OBS message is getting a validation error, which is fine, we can fix that. I'm just checking what exactly went wrong. Negotiated RPC version 1 for D value? That can't be right. Get output list. Need to send OBS request data. Dot get output list. This doesn't even have that piece of data. How did that even happen? Oh, that's the incoming message. I need to get the outgoing message. So we're going to scope. We're going to scope this out a bit. A response equals string that guy. And then if we pprint response on the validation error, we should get a printout of what we were trying to send. No. Okay. I think we can do except with validation error as E or something like that. Is that how you do it? I forget how to do the detailed error printing.
At code in the stream title, can we also do the dual stream? Twitch has that system where you can mark yourself as streaming together on 2 different channels.
Except type. Oh, okay. Except type C. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
OBS as a WebSocket server. Yeah, you can control OBS through a WebSocket server. It's really cool. Also, welcome, Tiny Devil.
Yeah, thank you guys. I thought it was something like that. Can I not pprint E?
Want to get the current position of another
Oh, no.
area
Yeah,
2D?
there we go.
You need to get a reference to the area 2D. You should be able to find it in the tree by doing $$ and the name of the area 2D. And then from there you can just do .global position.
Why is this erroring out? It is a valid dictionary of type op6. I guess it's just the op6 that's not working. So we construct the op6. Oh. Op6 base model config equals config dictionary. Is that what I did for request data? Model config equals config. Yeah. So it's an OBS request data. But that's fine because we're sending it out. OBS message. Oh, that's what the issue is. So we should just have this thing. Yeah, okay. So the issue is
saying, Shiloh, that it implies that I am turned a little bit to the right, huh?
That's also what I called the file.
I'm gonna take over the big screen.
No!
It's mine now!
Fair enough.
Oh, I didn't test to make sure everything I just did works in multiplayer. I should do that next. Okay, everything seems to be working. Let's go test that in multiplayer.
I think I just got it to work.
Okay, that worked. Will this work? Yeah, that
Thank you.
works. Oh, we did get errors. No, we still have issues. Actually, that's an easy fix. I can just do is connected there. Yeah, for both of these. Okay.
So theoretically, we sent the opcode 6. Certainly seems like a challenge.
There we go. That should fix all my problems.
Okay.
Oops, I didn't mean to grab that. Put that back.
So it thinks it
Yeah.
printed out an opcode 7.
Everything works.
Let's go.
Nope, that didn't work.
Let's not go.
We found a bug. No, that's all just simulated because there's no randomness or anything. And there could be issues if the network gets desynced, but so far it hasn't been an issue. The only thing we're syncing is just the player states and every time the player interacts. Okay, so that's when we connect crafting done. Because everything is predictable. Yeah, exactly. Everything else is predictable. And like I said, when I start testing this with anywhere other than localhost, like if I test it with a friend or something and test it with a bad internet connection, it might cause issues. But for now, everything seems fine, so I'm not worried about it. I will worry about that problem when it becomes a problem.
I am sure OBS is frustrated that I keep connecting and disconnecting. I'm acting extremely sus.
So this is the problem right here, that the signal is already connected to another player, so I think it doesn't reconnect. What we need to do is disconnect it. Jackson from YouTube is here. Hello.
Jackson from YouTube on the other side of town.
Jackson, am here. You am here indeed. No, so this is the player script. The player interaction script. So target is the crafting table, or I called it the crafter. Renegade says, hi, Jackson. What game are you working on? I'm working on my main game, which I intend to be... Also, Cassie says, hi, Jackson. Why did that message get deleted? How did that happen? But anyways, my game is going to be a chaotic co-op multiplayer tower defense game. Kind of like Overcooked, but instead of cooking food, you're making sure like your batteries are charged so that your tower can keep shooting, and you have to come over here and craft ammo so that your other tower has enough ammo to keep shooting. And hopefully it will be chaotic and very co-op. Oh, gotcha. No worries, Jackson. The callables per player, I assume? I thought so, but apparently not. Tower defense games are doing well at the moment. That's good to know. I don't pay too much attention to what's going on in the gaming industry, and that's something that I need to figure out how to do more of. Okay, so this signal tells the player when the thing is done crafting, so that the player can grab the thing off the crafting table and reparent it to itself, which is the ammo box. You're making an RPG, Jackson? Nice, that sounds really fun. I don't know nothing about what's popular. Same. Helldivers. That's all I know. But the issue that I'm having is that this signal never gets disconnected. And the only place where I would want to disconnect it doesn't know the information it needs to do that. Do you think it would be funny if you found bugs in the game?
Only if the bug is cute.
That'd be funny. I've been thinking about bugs in terms of like chat interaction, and one of my ideas was to try to make a little bug emote and maybe a squashed bug. It's hard because I think there's a lot of situations where there's a gray area where it's like, this is kind of a bug, but like, can you argue that it's a bug? But if I did have that, I could make it work. I could own it. Also, welcome to the chat.
It thinks it sent me op3s because op3s are so loosely based.
I need to unsubscribe from the signal, exactly. Where does that happen? Was that here? Yeah, ideally, I would unsubscribe right here after I emit. But this function doesn't know who the player is, so I can't tell the player to unsubscribe from here. And then, where was the player interaction script? On crafting done also doesn't know what the crafter is. It only knows the ammo container. I guess I could have on crafting done just return or send not just the ammo container but also the crafter. And then we could unsubscribe to the signal here. I think that's the best way to do this. Yeah, I changed my YouTube name to QuellisDev, and I'm probably going to change the Twitch name as well. I'm still debating on whether I want to settle on QuellisDev or change it again. Right after I changed it to Quellis Dev, I had new ideas. Yeah. So I think that's what I should do.
Use sub base model
Is
based
Crafter
on.
not? What are you, Crafter? Yeah, you're not a class. We should make you a class. Class name, please. There we go. But let's call it Ammo Crafter, because we might have other types of crafters later. Who knows? There we go, and then we need to go back to the ammo crafter, and crafting done needs to also pass the crafter. Lemon! The color has changed quite a few times since the last time you were here, Lemon. How you doing? The player needs the crafter in order to unsubscribe to the signal that the crafter is emitting. Lemon is here, hide your keys. True. And your light bulbs. Hide all of your light fixtures. I don't need your keys. Yeah, Jackson is just easier.
I really want to know. So the way I'm doing my code right now is I'm validating using Pydantic, and I'm saying, hey, when we get this request, make sure it has these fields. What I'd rather do is make Pydantic base models that say, hey, if it has a 1 here, it's this. But I don't know if you can say, like, in order to validate it to be this field would have to equal exactly
Wait, did
this.
your stream freeze?
So
No, it's not frozen.
I figured I wasn't big, so I was just explaining using as many words as possible.
Yeah, I gave you the big screen when you started talking.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, the opcode classes are just the things that can appear in the D value of the OBS message. What I'd prefer is to have the D and the op be all part of the same inherited class. That way, the int is strictly filtered. Like, if the op is this, it's definitely this. But I don't know how you can make a value, like, I don't know how you can specify in Pydantic that this value needs to be this. Pydantic specify exact value base model. I am actually curious if, like, ChatGPT would know this. Basically, yeah. It'll be a different specific Pydantic. It'll be a specific, very strict D dictionary, depending on the opcode. But I don't know a nice way to do that in Pydantic. Right now I just have it so, like, D could be any of these potential opcodes, which is just the data in D for that opcode, and I'm basically ignoring the fact this is passed at all. Which was fine, except that op3 has so few options that it basically applies to anything. So things can just default to being an op3 because there's no strictness to its inputs. So what I need is to say, based on this, these should be the inputs. And I can do that by making I could do this by making subclasses that say op has to be this, if I knew how to do that. I assume you could do it in Pydantic.
How are we looking, Lemon?
Const. This argument must be the same as
Oh
the
no,
field's
ad
default
break.
value if present.
Looking good, thanks, Lemon.
So it's apparently like this. So the field name is equal to field.
Okay, we should be back from ads. Welcome back, everybody. Hello.
Let me go view the example. How'd they do this?
I'm gonna step away for a quick moment.
What the?
Yep.
So I guess you would do field op. No, 1 or 3. Then this is a int, and then this is op. Like this is what I would put in the class that I want. What's really annoying is that I have to do the that means I have to do the typed dictionary for all of these to do the subclass, or else I would have to have like why? Oh, Jackson, how to make RPG background? Anyone got tips? It depends on the gameplay. Like, is it top down? Is it, like, it really depends on the kind of game you're making. I don't understand why you said that! So we can do this, I guess, to make individual op base models that have both the D and the strictly typed op field, which should allow us to do things a little nicer. I unfortunately will have to it's open world 2D, you run all around a map. Perspective. Do you know what the perspective is, Jackson, from YouTube? Okay, so we need to create new base models. So like, or I guess we can modify the current base models, but convert these to, let's say, op data. So we go like, oh, okay. So that's just doing pixel art. My recommendation would be open up a canvas in GIMP or whatever at the right resolution for the tiles that you want. Yeah, it depends on the resolution, I guess. If it's pixel art, if it's non-pixel art, it actually there's a lot of things that you have to consider.
Grass.
Op field int. Actually, let's make it a 0. So I got to go op field 1 true, and then I have to go D. No, I have to say class op data.
I'm so sad that
Inherit.
nobody's used my new Twitch emote yet. That just occurred to me. Also, hello, I am back from the stepping of the away.
Hello from the away.
I have
Typed.
snacks.
Dictionary. And then we give it a field D, just op data. We do this, we do this, we do this.
Yeah, no worries,
we do
Jackson.
this. Wait, I messed that up. We do this, then we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. We do this, and then we do this. I hope that the event data, or I hope that the none equals none still works. I hate that I can't just do this the right way, but I gotta do what I gotta do. Such an actual hassle. And I know there's going to be a better way to do this, and anyone who uses Pydantic for a living is going to be like, oh, you can just do this thing. This is the way to do that. But I don't know that yet. Well, that's the thing, is each opcode integer specifies a specific build on the D value. So I was making a base model for all the D values, but then they're not specified by int anymore, because that's not how validation works for base models. I need to just one-time validate an OBS message. I don't know. I just don't know what to do.
Fast API uses Pydantic, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Then I use Pydantic for my thermostat.
So the none equals none is it. What this basically right here says is that request data needs to be a dictionary, or it can be type none. If it's type none, the value equals none.
Oh. And
All right,
none is equivalent to null.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT, see if it knows.
For those who use other languages and haven't seen none in Python, it's equivalent to null. Yeah, I was so excited when that emote got approved, Lemon.
I think it's...
Yeah, I don't think you can do the none equals none thing in Godot syntax, but yeah, the naming a variable :type is the same in Godot, yeah.
I am working with Pydantic. I have a field I need to validate. It can be one of several different base models depending on the value of another field, which is an integer. How should I program this? All right, ChatGPT, what do you got?
All right, let me get the big screen back. It's my turn now.
It's literally just checking that. Okay.
Sim, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cola Squad. How are you doing, Sim?
It's basically just matching Nightmare.
Oh, yeah, you don't have anything going on over there. Yeah. Ada do stuff. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quella Squad. How are you doing, Ada? Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
So the int will be different for each opcode, but I'm not going to do it this way either.
Sim, do you stream? Do you do stream, Sim?
I'm going to do it the way I had it and just live my nightmare.
Quella Squad sounds like Cuddle Squad. Yeah, it kind of does, with the exception of the S at the end. Can you do generics in Pydantic?
Yes, you can.
Or is Pydantic so overly pedantic that you can't even do generics?
It is very, very capable. So I think it says I need to use something called a root validator, and by it I mean ChatGPT, so grain of salt, of course.
You want to try and get back into it after I get moved and settled? Nice! Well, shout out to Sim then. Sim makes music. She makes pretty good music. Also, according to the Twitch bio, also plays games. So check her out. Sim, what is your licensing on your music? I'm curious if you would allow me to use some of your songs in the background of my stream and maybe YouTube videos.
I don't think it will. There's a dictionary that is it. Well, that's kind of what I'm doing, or kind of what I want to do, is make each of these ops have the number on them that gets passed in. The trouble is that it would be a number and then a whole bunch of specific fields, which means that technically we would need two different base models for each opcode. One that literally just has an int, and then also has a field for the data, and then we'd need a base model for the data specifically, which just seems like the most annoying thing in the whole world.
That reminds me that my car keys are complaining recently that they're running out of battery. Okay, thank you, Sim. Let me know.
Like, there must be a way to tie this op integer to which of these ops it should be. It seems very goofy that I couldn't do that kind of matching. Apparently, you can use something called a root validator, but I guess the documentation is bad. Thank you. It's literally just 0 through 7. And depending on whether it's 0 through 7, it needs to validate one of these base models. Specifically, like 0 for 0, 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3.
Have a good lurk, Sam.
But I want that to all be automated, because that's the whole point in Pydantic, is to automate this stuff. But I don't know how to tie this field to this using Pydantic. Correct. Correct.
Okay. My bug should be fixed now that I did this disconnect here. So let's go test that.
So that's not really how Pydantic works.
You shift the snake rainbow? We can't really do rainbow.
Pydantic is going to take in the JSON from OBS and run it through an OBS message validator, which checks that it has a D and checks that it has an op, and I want it to check a specific D based on the specific op.
Are you calling dictionaries D now?
Literally, the field that the OBS message requires is just a lowercase d. That is just what OBS is asking for.
As multicolored as you can.
It feels like this is the kind of thing that the data validator should be able to handle. Is like, this should be a different subclass based on this. You know, I have a friend who does Pydantic. He actually helped me last time. I'll ask him again.
Ooh, I might be able to do this. Okay, let's see. I think I might be able to do actual rainbow. Hold on.
I'm gonna ask my friend.
I'm soaking in the knowledge. This turned into more of a Python stream than a game dev stream. But yeah.
Alright, well, I mean, you could be streaming more game dev. Are you doing something?
Yeah, I'm changing the color of the snake. I have to get a little creative for this one.
Pedantic is really cool. I only know it because of Fast API. It's a thing that Fast API uses for validating post requests. And Quellis is doing the good work here.
That's too much. There we go, that's a little better. It's still so aggressive though. Oh, that'll help. There we go.
All right. I have asked my friend who does Pydantic for a living what on earth I should be doing. Oh my gosh, I look fantastic.
That's the best I can do for rainbow.
I look like a straight up gummy worm. Let's go.
Yeah, I was trying really hard to make it so that you can still tell it's a snake. I accomplished that, just not as much as I was hoping for. It straight up look like a gummy worm. Okay. Have I solved all of my bugs this time?
Gotcha. Well.
Manadono, hello, how you doing? So then what happens if I start crafting it, and then I leave it, and then the other player finishes crafting it? It works! I can't find any bugs now! No bugs! Yes! We win for real!
Did you do it? Are you success?
I'm success, I can't find any bugs. Give it time. Oh yeah, I know that there are going to be issues. Because I'm running all of this networking locally, but you know, it's going to be wild, wild west the first time I run this game between two networks, especially like if it's overseas. Oh, imagine the networking of somebody playing in Australia. That'll be fun. In Australia, playing through a VPN, my goodness.
Are you straight up gaming now?
We're gaming! Okay. So now, I need to push these changes. This is your favorite song? Noted. It's a good song. It is called
Muted Fields.
In Your Heart by Kuwago. Quellis Gaming TM. Good song, Pog song, big fan. It matches your vibes. I'm glad. I was trying to go for like, I had a lot of music in this playlist that was a lot more aggressive before, and some of those songs still kind of stick around. But I was trying to get a more chill, like lo-fi vibe. But I think you're right. I think this might be the vibe I should be after. It's a good, I think, combination of like it's chill, but also super bubbly. Never heard aggressive music here. Well, I guess my definition of aggressive is probably pretty extreme. Especially with Gummy Snake, true. This is code right now, for real.
That literally is me.
I'm doing something crazy. I'm doing something insane. I'm pushing directly to main. Because it's such a tiny change. It's like, do I really need to push it to a branch and open a merge request? I'll just push it directly to main. It is pushed. Okay. What were we thinking I should do to make player movement feel better?
Limiting it to cardinal directions.
I am. I think a big one is to make the lerp faster. The smoothing of the
Yeah, so-
rotation.
Assad, I was seeing that there's something called a root validator, which could also help, but it's just like every option for this seems like a nightmare. But I want to use Pydantic because I want this validation.
Wait, is 1 instant or is 0 instant? 1 is super duper slow. We want 0. Yeah, now we just need to not make it snap so much. So let's go like 0.3. Still too snappy. Let's go 0.5. This still feels really snappy. There's something called a modal validator, but this documentation is kind of bad. .6? We were at 0.7 before. Weren't we? Weren't we at 0.7? 0.7 feels so slow. .65. Okay, I think 0.6 is the vibe then. Yeah, there we go. I think the other problem is just the movement speed is so fast that it's hard to make, what's the word? Precise movements. Oh, wait. I'll need your help with this code if you're not busy.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's up?
How do I make it so that the speed of the player ramps up rather than being just like full speed the second you press the button?
You need to hold on. Give me a sec.
Mm-hmm. The time I use source control, we all the time push to main. Is that bad? Not necessarily. It's a common practice, at least with all of the companies I've worked for, that you make your own branch, you push to that branch, and then open up a pull request. But if you are on a small team and you're all communicating really well, it won't be an issue. It just kind of, what's the word? It allows you to not put as much effort into like communicating about what you're doing and like can you push and stuff like that without assuming any risk or without taking on any more risk. If that makes sense. Yeah, crazy merges, exactly. I think that's the exception. Like, I feel like even if you are a team that's really good at communicating and is able to deal well with everyone pushing to main, you still need to, like, if you're doing something really big, push that to a branch, please, and do a pull request. But it's all about just like how much code are you touching and how risky is the thing that you're doing. If it's low risk and you're all communicating, you're good. You don't really understand source control? Oh yeah, it's a big learning curve for sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. What were you asking me?
How do I make the velocity not just be 100% the second you press the button, and so that it ramps up a little bit?
Instead of setting velocity directly to direction x times speed, you need to create a new vector that is your intended velocity and lerp your current velocity towards that velocity.
Okay, so we would want to make like an intended velocity x.
Just intended velocity. Make it a vector 2. Make it a vector 2. Or you could just set, well, yeah. You could also just multiply direction by the speed, and then you would get your intention. If you just said direction equals direction times speed multiplier, you would have your intended velocity.
Direction is a vector 3, right? Yeah. Which I guess that's not a bad thing, is it?
It's a 3D object, right? So that's what you need. I said vector 2, but that's just me being dumb.
Gotcha. Also not dumb, we just made an entire game in 2D.
So you don't need to do intended velocity. You can just say direction equals direction times speed. Just save yourself a variable.
No, I'd like to do it this way.
Okay. So you're gonna say
here I can do intended velocity in a lerp, right?
Kind of. You do velocity equals velocity dot lerp. And then intended velocity. And then probably 0.3.
Wesley, it is a vibrant snake. Wait, I closed that tab. Let's reopen.
So you also need to fix it on the else. The else needs to be velocity equals velocity dot lerp.
Oh yeah, because velocity is 0 at this point.
Yeah, and what you can do is you just copy your lerp line and just bring it over, honestly. And then instead of heading towards intended velocity, head towards vector 3.0, which is just the constant for 0. No, it's a ZERO caps.
Oh. Thanks.
With a Z.
It would help if I spelled it correctly.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Got it. I'm gonna fiddle with those values. Before we do that, Wesley, this is code right now. Gummy snake. Code is just a giant gummy worm. Wait, this is gonna be ice skating in it? No, it's not. Okay. So we want this to be like 0.6. Maybe we should just make everything 0.6. Gummy worms are usually sour? Objection relevance? What happens if I put this to like 0.1? I was expecting it to feel really floaty, but it's not floaty at all. Okay, there we go. Now it's floaty. Now we ice skating. I feel like 0.2 is pretty comfy. Trying to see how precisely I could be like, I want to go over here and then be there. Yeah, this feels a lot better.
Yay!
It's not as good as I want it to be, but it's a lot better. Yay!
Sorry, I'm off screen doing some calculations.
What are you calculating?
It's completely unrelated to development stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's cool. You can do it either way. You can do vector.lerp, or you can lerp and plug in the two vectors if you want to use the thing somewhere else.
How do you pronounce your name? Hallucigeno? Hallucigeno? Well, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Koala Squad. How are you doing today? But yeah, you can do it either way if you have a vector already. Shy Programmer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Koala Squad. Oof, I'm sorry to hear that. If you have, you can call it like this, or we could just do lerp and then give it two vectors. Either way. There's a lot of different ways to do the same thing in Godot. Hi, Shy Programmer. I'm glad to hear that. Just started learning Godot? That's really exciting. Do you have a particular game that you're making, or are you just learning for now? Tell me about your world. What are you working on?
Okay. Goodness, I am kind of back.
Yeah. Making a game for a game jam. That's exciting. What's the game? What's the game jam? What can you tell us? And no pressure. You only have to tell us as much as you're comfortable telling us. The game is called Save the Princess. It's my second time participating in a game jam. That sounds really exciting.
Let's go! That's very hype.
Yeah. Big hype?
Okay.
Hype? Alright, well,
I talked
do good things. Let's see what Code is up to.
I talked to my Pydantic friend,
Mm-hmm.
and he, unfortunately, had the same basic conclusions that I did.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a special base model for each of these sub-base models, and we're going to say, like, mop 0, message op 0, which is literally just the op is an int,
Mm-hmm.
and the d is an op 0. And I guess we need to move this whole thing down here so it's not buggy. Like that. And then this is the thing we're validating for, but we need to strict type this, which I had code for that a tiny bit ago. What was that? Where was that? This guy. So op is an int field 3 constant true, like that. Goodness. So as long as the thing I am validating for is a mop 0 and not an op 0, the validation should validate correctly. Because it should take into account the possible D value.
You made your first couple of pixel arts? Really proud of myself. You should be proud of yourself. I'm still working with the scenes only now, but code will come soon. That's really exciting. You're doing great stuff. It sounds like you've come a long way in a very short amount of time. What did you do on your first game jam? Were you also a solo dev for that?
One.
Game jammer! We just
Let's
finished
go.
a game jam.
We sure did.
We did Godot Wild Jam and streamed at least 99% of our development, and it was a good time.
I think we actually streamed 100% of our development.
I did open Godot and stare at a bug once or twice before we started streaming.
I can't believe you would do that.
On your
Well,
PC now,
thank
just
you
wanted to drop a
for-
quick lurk. Thanks for lurking. Enjoy your lurk.
Well, thank you. 9. Mop 2. Mop 1. Okay. Mop 5. Mop 6. Mop 7. No, wait. This doesn't go here. That goes here.
You miss game jams? What stops you from doing one? Because you could do one right now. If it's a time issue, I know a 3-hour game jam. A non-compete? Oof.
No,
That's
you
rough.
hate to see it.
Yeah, that's rough. I'm sorry to hear that.
Do you love what you do for a living? Well, we have bad news. You can only do it for us. So somewhere I found a strict typing. Oh gosh. Somehow I found a strict typing field thing in Pydantic. I hope that I can find that again, because I didn't save the page I was on. Oh gosh, because I don't know if this field is a Python thing. Okay, strict mode. Here we go. Thank goodness.
Oh, really? I didn't know they were illegal in California.
That might not be California.
Is California and would it be Canada? Do they have the same abbreviation? C# is super fun. I wrote my first tool in .NET. I have never really messed with .NET. Or really C# as a whole. You're British, gotcha.
Oh, okay.
I haven't heard of like a non-compete that will not even allow you to mess with programming outside of work or like mess with anything outside of work. I did have one of my previous employers in the employee documents I signed said that like they can own any products I create while I'm an employee, but it was like very clear that they didn't really care unless it was related to my work.
That's even more sus though. They'll use that to just like steal your everything.
Yeah, it was sketchy. It was like I asked my manager when I first started, I was like, I want to create video games on the side. Can I do that? Is that allowed? And they were like, yeah, they don't care unless it's like directly related to your work.
But if they want, they could say they own it.
But if they want, they have the legal power to take it, yes.
Extremely sketchy stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we should be able to validate for MOP 1, MOP 2, MOP 3, MOP 4, MOP 5, MOP 6, MOP 7. I said those wrong, but it's fine. There's just no 4.
So many mops.
And then we can get rid of this.
Do you know how many janitors we could hire with all these mops?
You're so right. Oh wait, can we? Oh gosh, no.
Oh, okay,
Validate.
so you probably actually work in game dev then, so if you make a game, it's directly related. Gotcha. That's really cool, though.
So I need to validate one of multiple fields now, and I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind here. So now I know that I have these op-ems or mop-ems, and I know that my response from OBS is going to be one of the mop-ems, but I'm not sure how to figure out which one it is. I figured validate multiple possible models Pydantic would help me, but the results were all nonsense.
I straight up have no idea. I'm taking the big screen.
Fair enough, shy programmer. I hope you have a good one.
Really late here, but I got interested.
Are we even streaming Godot? Yeah, we are, thank goodness.
Well, have a good night, Shy Programmer. It was lovely to have you here, and thank you for following. I hope to see you again in the future. I want to center things.
Yeah. Okay, maybe what I'm looking for is a union, a Pydantic union.
See you, Shy. Will the JSON have the integer you're looking for?
Yes, it will.
Do you still have the
It-
text-to-speech?
I do have the text-to-speech. It's why I can hear everything.
Sorry.
It's why I'm responding so fast, is because instantly I hear people talking. It's actually kind of cool. Sometimes it gets chaotic. Long messages specifically are a nightmare, but it's actually been quite conversational. So OBS always returns an integer as op and then some op data. The op data is structured differently based on the op code that it gives. I know all of the possible structures related to all the possible opcodes. I just need to apply that in Pydantic. A tile set in Acebright, you would just make an image and then probably turn on a grid. It's probably under View Grid. I want it to be Pydantic. That is the goal. Parse obj as. What is that? I'm not doing much on the screen right now, on my little screen, because I am in the browser aggressively looking for how to do this.
It is all good. That's a good
Pydantic is a
question.
Python library that allows you to validate data from like JSON or other sources. It's used a lot in Fast API. So if you're using Fast API as instead of Flask as a web server routing system, basically you can validate incoming data sent through post requests and get requests to make sure that it has everything it should. So you could say, hey, when people send this API route a message, it needs to have this field that has their name and this field that has their password and this field that has what they want. And then when they send it, if it doesn't have that, Fast API will check it and be like, okay, it doesn't have it. And then it'll spit back out at them, hey, you're missing these fields. Another nice thing that Pydantic does is it lets you generate documentation because it knows all of the possible values and what everything should be. So you can just do like /docs and it will auto-generate a API documentation based on the valid inputs and outputs to functions. It's super just nice for data validation. And because I'm working in JSON being passed back and forth, it makes sense to me to use something like Pydantic to verify that the data going to and from is correct. Sorry for cutting you off, Quellis. I'm too fast because I can hear people talking. I should probably repeat what they're saying, though. Yeah, it is cool.
Yeah, or at the very least say their name so they know that you're answering their question.
Yeah, that's fair.
The anchors preset where you can do like full rect and stuff, that is in relation to its parents, right? Not its children?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Does it have validation into multiple model types? I now need to check it to see if it's like any of these models. And my friend has gone to bed, so I don't have my lifeline.
Sad.
It's so complicated. It's kind of a nightmare. I asked ChatGPT. We're gonna try what it says. It doesn't
Sounds
return
fun.
null. It raises an error, so that would be like if check, if check, if check, if check, which I really, really want to avoid. But apparently, according to ChatGPT, I could create a union of my various. I hate that autocompletion. I could create a union of my various models, my mops. And I can validate against that. And if that's true, I'm very grateful to our boy, ChatGPT, for knowing something. What's nice is that Pydantic is old enough that ChatGPT can just know stuff. Yeah, I think it is. Hello, Shiloh. I think it
Shiloh.
is just part of Python from typing import, typed dictionary, and union. I think that'll just work. Yeah. And then I guess if this code works, then Pydantic is just it knows how to work with those. Oh wait, no, it creates a function. What is this function that it made? What? ChatGPT, what are you doing? What is this? Validate JSON. Possible models. Which in this case is OBS message. Yeah, this is what I want. Parse data as possible. Okay, this is what I need. No, because I can check the type of the D in the mop. Whatever it is, it will validate it into one of these, and then I can say, all right, which one of these is it? And it can only be one of them, and it can only be the right one, because these ints had to be validated exactly before the thing was in, and each int is tied to exactly one of those ops. So here, try is actually this. What is parse object as? Oh, this is part of Pydantic. So import this. Parse object as is deprecated. Use, oh my gosh, use Pydantic type a goodness. No, it's fine. We'll figure it out. What do you mean Pydantic type adapter cannot be resolved? You're the one who told me to do it.
Does anyone else think he sounded a little bit like Jerry Seinfeld there?
I guess I did. Is it during the "You're the one who told me to do it"?
Mm-hmm. I am big confusion about containers. Ad break! We're on an ad break!
Ad break! This is so frustrating. Parse object as is deprecated. Use Pydantic. That function doesn't exist! Don't tell me that it's deprecated and then give me a replacement that doesn't exist! I'm just gonna use it because, like, because what the heck?
Welcome back from ads.
Oh.
I'm so confused. The Godot docs, all of these things say that I should have a container sizing option, but I don't see it.
Is this it? Did they mess up a caps? So what is it you need to know? Because I'd like to think I'm pretty good at containers.
So, well, the situation is I have this control that I set to full rect, so it's the whole size of the screen. And then I put a center container inside of it, but I want the center container to also be the full size of the screen.
Okay.
And I don't know how to do that. I can't figure out how to do that.
You set it to full rect, just like
Where?
Under layout mode, or you can do it at the top actually if you want.
Layout mode just gives me position or anchors.
Yes, full rect is one of the anchors positions.
Oh.
But also at the very top of the screen, there's a little green circle, which is like contextual to using a control node up at the very top. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, and then I can do full rect there. It was just like I was going to the control and I see this right here and I'm like, where is that in the container? It's not there.
It's because it can use positions or anchors, which I think is standard for UI Swift.
Okay, so now when I run this, I should be able to change the size, and no matter what, our menu is in the center.
Let's go.
Yes. Except now we have an issue, and I know why that issue is happening. Thank you. Oh wait, this needs to be center container /
Huge.
main menu. You learning about containers after learning full multiplayer. I wear many hats. I need to get hats. What kind of hats would you put on a queue though?
Wow, thank you, Shiloh.
I'm bringing up my picture again.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a gummy snake.
I find it mighty suspicious that I can't control click on that to get the source. How did you rainbow?
So somebody did a hue shift the snake and requested rainbows, so I had to improvise, adapt, and overcome. And I found that on an image, oh, that's not what I meant to click, hold on. This one, on an image in OBS, you can set a filter called image mask / blend. So I set it to blend addition and found a picture of a rainbow and now code rainbow.
Honestly, Assad, most things are done natively.
Oh, that looks so much better.
Godot handles like a lot of stuff.
I have heard about a few add-ons for more audio control. I haven't done enough audio stuff to say whether or not you can do everything you need to do without them. Yeah, that couldn't be less helpful, Shiloh. Varigami snake equals code plus rainbow? Exactly.
What do you mean Pydantic dot type adapter could not be resolved? Okay, now it found it. I hate imports sometimes.
Wait, it is Fmod. I swear there's a Fmod Godot add-on.
What does this return? Oh gosh.
Oh, it's not maintained?
Let's just run this. Go! Oh wait, I gotta close the previous version of the script. Alright, run it, go!
Yeah, here you go. Fmod for Godot. This project is no longer maintained. Well, that's the only audio engine I'm aware of. Using it in your boomer shooter? How are you making your boomer shooter? Is it in Godot? Are you just using the unmaintained Fmod?
Use type adapter take.
Oh, gotcha.
Can I pass variables into underscore init, or do they have to be strings or numbers? It can be whatever. Depends on the definition of the init function.
You can, but you have to call. You have to call it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find you an example.
That's not how it was it?
Yeah, so here we go. In this case, they have an enemy class. Wait. Oh, no, never mind. They just created their own thing that generates an enemy, so I guess you can't. Yeah, I lied. Maybe that's Godot 3 only.
Attribute error. Future dot result. Self get origin attribute. Run main. I hate this.
W-wise? So, Assad, tell me a little bit about why use Fmod? What is there features that Unity's audio engine doesn't have that Fmod does? Is it just because it's a better workflow? More advanced audio features. Because I remember the last time I messed with Unity, I was dealing with, I don't know what you call it, ramps for the volume, where you could set like, oh, if you're at this distance, it should be at this volume, and then at this distance, it ramps up to this volume. And that was a little frustrating of a workflow. Interactive music? Let me see. Ooh, realistic echo from game data? That's interesting. Real-time spatialization is what you teach. Managing thousands of lines of dialogue. What's a pack scene? A pack scene is basically just your .tscene file. So if I were to go find one of my scenes and then drag it in, like here, if I put this in like var equals preload, if I did this, then this variable is a pack scene. A scene you have to instantiate can't have a custom init. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. For some reason, I thought I saw an example of a custom init recently that worked.
Why didn't that work?
You Gucci? Are you Gouda? Are you Godot?
I'm having a straight up time. We did talk about an after party, but I don't know if we're doing an after party today, because today sounds like a going to get dinner day. But if anyone's interested, maybe after like the next stream, I'll do like a late stream, or I'll just start streaming on my channel in general. Because it might be nice to stream some programming. You might hear me sing, because I sing when I program.
Nice. Assad, welcome back. We were very intrigued to hear about realistic echo, real-time spatialization. Programming is the best. Code learning Godot networking stream?
I could do that. I don't know Godot networking.
I'm so used to reading chats out when I want you to hear them.
You want me to turn off TTS?
No, you're totally fine. It's just a learning curve.
Well, eventually you'll have to, because eventually it'll be unsustainable when we have too many viewers. But for now, I can just listen to everyone talk.
Oh, that makes sense.
So it's not validating. Let me see. Let me look up Pydantic literals.
Definitely not Bixia. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, welcome raiders. You also have to consider things like if there's open space in front of the player. Yeah, that's something I was gonna ask. If it's smart enough to consider like you have a wall really close on your right side, so the echo's gonna sound a little bit different there. Crazy Stewie, welcome in from the raid. How's it going? Welcome, welcome everyone. Bixia, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, let's do a shout out. Wait. We have definitely not Bixia and also Bixia. Which one's which? I'm confused. Not Bixia raid. I guess the answer must be that Bixia is definitely not Bixia. Welcome everyone. Who do we have so far? Exia Quanta, welcome. Yuki. Definitely not Bixia. Hi, thank you for the raid. Owlcaline, hello. That's a good name. Who knows? How was your stream, Bixia? How did things go? What were you working on? Give us a little insight into what you do on your stream. Yifweed, welcome. Add snake drip. What do you want, Code? You already have lamp and hat.
Rock.
Rock it is. Raid drip. You know what they penny.
Let's go, raid drip.
Pretty saved.
Hey, how's your collection percentage?
Let me switch to main.
I finished my Balatro collection a couple weeks ago.
Okay, so definitely not Bixia, definitely is Bixia. Is that what I'm
That's
gathering?
crazy. Krellis, I don't know why you would even say that. The username is clearly definitely not Bixia.
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. A Risk of Rain 2, is that what it is? I was like, I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna pretend that I do.
Yeah, I meant your Balatro collection. Have you completed your Balatro collection? It took me a bazillion years.
Is it Balatro? I always thought it was Balatro.
I thought it was Balatro.
I don't know, I haven't played it.
You got this! Alright, well, I hate to say it, but I'm straight up giving up. This is a mess.
Yeah, we have RDR2, ROR2. Poor Code, I know. So to fill you all in, everyone who just came in, Code is working on writing a OBS WebSocket plugin or plugin library for Python so that we can do special rewards that control things in OBS. Meanwhile, I am procrastinating working on my tower defense game that I've been making in Godot. Because sitting here talking to chat while Code does stuff is way more fun.
Okay, I ranted about it to my Pydantic friend. Hopefully he can get back to me with some information.
Ayo.
I'm dug in, Shiloh. The more frustrated I get that I can't do it, the more determined I am to figure out how to do it. And it's brutal. It's ruining me. There are libraries for it, but I couldn't figure them out. I'm sure they're super easy, but I like to know what I'm doing, is the thing.
Is it theme? Is theme what I'm looking for?
And like, there must be a simple library. It has to be. It can't be that complicated. And that's why I'm figuring out that it can't be that complicated. And it's true. A lot of this is pretty straightforward. It's just that actually parsing it is a nightmare, super, ultra, mega disaster. You parse it now. It's so close to being useful. I've defined base models for all the possible opcodes given their integer value as a literal field. But it's not parsing that when I run the union of the base models into, what is it? I take the union and then I use parse object as, and I put it into the, wait, can I do parse, is there like a parse JSON as? Pydantic dot parse, I have to do it up top. I'm having a time here.
My game works. So what I'm trying to do, what I'm doing is making a hopefully chaotic co-op tower defense game. Kind of like, think Overcooked, but instead of cooking things, you're crafting ammo and recharging batteries to make sure that your towers always have enough ammo and enough charge to be able to keep shooting. So like this one, battery's dead, gotta go throw it on the charger. And then after a while, I'm planning on adding some kind of event that happens if you leave it on the charger too much. Maybe it catches on fire or it explodes or something. If you leave it on the charger too long, that's what I was trying to say.
Overshot? I like overshot.
What is overshot?
That's what Shiloh is saying you should call the game.
Ooh.
Because overcooked.
That's not a bad idea. My original plan was to make the main characters cute little robots, and you can customize them by giving them unique silly hats. And then I was going to call it Robots with Hats. But it misses... Yep, see you soon. It misses the description of like what the game is about. You love that name. I love silly names. I'm worried that it's like somebody's gonna go to the Steam page and be like, Robots with Hats? What the heck is this game? Why do I care? You know, rather than a name that like is intriguing. But I don't know. Robots with Hats sounds amazing. Okay. It is an intriguing name though. Okay. Maybe we're good then. Now I just need to figure out how to 3D model a cute robot and also unique hats. The only hat idea I have for sure at this point is a banana. I think it would be so funny to have a robot running around with a peeled banana on their head. What the heck is that game I need to see? True. Robots with cowboy hats. I want to do a trilby. Like here, let me show you. Like this. I want one of my robots to have a hat like this. A cowboy hat would also be really good. Robots with cowboy hats. So they know it's about shooting. Wall-E style robot, just a box with treads. That's not a bad idea. Better head off. Good luck with coding, with everything, Code and Q. So yeah, Assad, I hope you have a good night or whatever it is in your time zone. It has been lovely to have you in chat. Okay, I'm taking over the big screen. This is my show now. What I just did that I'm pretty proud of is that I made it so that no matter what size you make the window, the menu is always centered. Big cool. Big glad I did that. Let's go push it. Done. Never did anything with this. Oh yeah, because this is the options menu. I don't have an options menu yet. One day. I'm not sure what I want to do next here. Maybe I should go mess around with 3D modeling. Of course, it's gonna just open my file system right in front of the stream. I was messing with a voxel robot at some point. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, but how do I open it? You're gonna see all of your memes. I know, my private memes. Do I have Magica Voxel installed on here? Apparently not. Okay, that's frustrating. I did this all on my laptop then. Magica Voxel is so nice to use. Yeah, I'm brand new to it, but I'm enjoying the experience so far. All your memes are belong to us. For sure. I'm scared of Blender. One big decision I need to make is how the robots move. Like, do they have a humanoid body, or do they have a Wall-E type like treads or wheels, or do they float? Because I kind of want to make them floating, because that means I don't have to rig things, and that would be a whole lot easier. But I think I'm debating if that's too lazy or if it would be a good style choice. I think hovering robots would be cool. And also save me from having to rig. So maybe win-win? Cutting corners is nice, yeah. As long as it can fit. Yeah, that's the question, is whether or not it'll work. At the end of the day, I don't even know if I'm gonna release this game. I don't know if it'll be, well, at the very least, I'm hoping to put it on a tryout. But I don't know if I'll be able to, like, actually put it on Steam and try to make money from it. So whether this will end up being just like a portfolio game or something that I'm actually trying to sell. Floating plus floating hands, yeah. Which, just rigging hands, whole lot easier than having to rig an entire humanoid body. Rayman robot? Oh, where none of the limbs are connected? I like the vibe. I don't think it's my vibe, though. Hands! Those are good emotes. Antinoid? What is an antinoid? Antinoid? What? You don't know Rayman? I don't. I've actually never played it. Like an ant. Oh. So many hand emotes. Are these yours, Vixia? Or are they alkaline? Oh, do you stream? An indie game dev and freelance programmer? Ooh. Well, go check out Alkaline. They seem really cool. Also, your avatar's really cute. Why are there so many hands? Because we talked about rigging hands. I was the one to unleash that power onto Twitch. No, it's so good. I would find it funny and chaotic if all the robots carry the stuff different. So you have to see the model from the right side to see what he carries. Can you expand on that? Do you mean like one carries it lower so you can't see it from certain angles? Lemon! None of that! Eclipse ID. Oh, is that what Alkaline is using? Oh, it is Eclipse. RS has Rust in it. Use Helix, Neovim, or Zed. Interesting. Is Helix related to Perforce Helix? No, it must not be. Oh, I see what you're saying, Ada. It's Rust. Helix is like Neovim, but better if you don't have Neovim customization. Oh, wait, so is Helix more ready to go? Because Neovim is just bare bones out of the box. It has no features unless you go track down a whole bunch of mods and add-ons or whatever. But Helix is more ready to go? Ooh, I might want to check that out. Maybe I shouldn't, because that'll send me down the dark side. You guys will come to the next stream and I'll be like, okay, I'm not using the Godot editor anymore. I just use Helix. Set up NeoVim with Kickstart? Small single file, completely documented. Not a NeoVim distribution, but instead a starting point for your configuration. Oh. Well, they have a lot of stuff in here. Are there screenshots? No screenshots. Very cool, though. You'd be happy if I start stream one day and I just only use NeoVim. Or more specifically, Helix. I used to be a Vim-only programmer. Once upon a time. In the external IDE. Yeah, I set up VS Code to work with Godot, and I started using it, but then I ended up with every time I had an error in the debugger, I would click it and it would take me into the Godot editor, and then I wouldn't want to go find that same file in VS Code and figure out where that error was in VS Code. I would rather just be here. And I wish the Godot editor was so much better, but it's like, you can fix that? You can do that? Shiloh, teach me, I must know.
Hello.
Code, welcome back.
How goes the game development?
Yes.
Excellent.
Gotta go lurking. Have a great evening. Manadono, thank you so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a great night. Oh yeah, I hope you have a great lurking. Yeah, you can do that? Show me, teach me. I must know. Allegedly, according to Shiloh, there's a way to make it so that if you click on a script in Godot, it'll automatically open it in VS Code instead of the Godot editor.
I think you can do different kinds of like custom editors. I think you can do similar stuff for images, maybe?
Is this in the editor settings? Text editor, external, use external editor, and then you just give it an exe. Sweet. Oh no, not VS Code. Are we against VS Code here, Owl? I have mine turned off because you can set it for .NET only. Oh, that's smart. I don't prefer it. That's based. Some of its options are infuriating. I can see that. How are you doing, Code? What are you up to?
Not much. I'm just trying to rest after the stress.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually just super stressful doing all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm at a point with my game where I feel like I have now fixed all of the issues, and now the question is, how do I make my game fun? And I don't know.
Have you played it with someone? You play it with someone, that someone will be able to give you some, like, ooh, what if this did this stuff.
No, do you wanna?
Sure. Is it like multiplayer to the point where I could just do that?
I'll probably have to port forward and send you my IP address,
Okay.
but then it should work. I wonder if I should create a UI for the IP. Because right now it just defaults to 127.0.0.1.
Da, 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 da.
What do you mean, Shiloh? How? That's... I've heard that, but that doesn't make sense to me. Are you talking about... Is it called U? Peer-to-peer? U P2P or something? Or are you talking about NAT punch through? UPnP. Are you okay?
Yeah, I was saying open.
Openp?
Open.
Openp?
Yeah, what part of what I said would make you think that I'm not okay? I don't understand. Did I say something weird?
But Shiloh, how is that even possible?
Sorry. Didn't mean to worry anyone.
I was a little worried too. It did sound a little bit like you might be choking or something. Oh.
It was more aggressive than I meant it to be.
Well, I don't want to look that up live on stream, so I'm going to look it up on my phone. It seems likely that UPnP is enabled by default on my router, so we should be good there. So how do we use it? How does that mesh with eNet multiplayer peer? It doesn't say anything about multiplayer peer. So maybe they're separate? Are they completely separate from each other? As long as the port is the same? It's separate, okay. How does my router know to close the port when I'm done? Or is it just only open as long as this is running? think what I want to do is I don't want to add more things to this script, so I think what I'm going to do is make an empty node. Or I guess let's just put it here. Yeah, that would make sense.
Same.
Same?
the TTS took a million years to say that.
Did it say every single letter?
Yeah. Like https drive.google.com/file/ and then just a mess. So I said same.
Mood. Alright, let's go. Does Godot open the editor to the line when an error is thrown? Because the way I have it set up, I have a neovin listening to a TMP file and Godot sends to it when it opens stuff. It depends on what kind of editor. The example that Shiloh showed me with heck, what was the ID? I don't remember. The example Shiloh showed me will open to the line. I don't know if VS Code has that functionality. You use the UPnP instance to also get the IP address. Should work. It works in VS Code and Writer for me. VS Code does. Nice. Wait, something just occurred to me. Godot's example code doesn't follow their own style guide. Their style guide says to have 2 new lines between functions, but it doesn't. There's no 2, there's only 1. Is this all I have to do to open it? Because it seems like this is going to call itself on ready. Breaking the style guide for an example makes sense. Yeah, the example for UPnP just gives a threading example, which is great. Should be perfect. So let's grab this port number. I'll eventually need to figure out a way to sync up the port number in these 2 scripts, but for now this will work. Oh, that's a good question. If it's 2 new lines, then it's correct. If it's 2 empty lines between. Let's see. Indentation, trailing comma, blank lines. 2 blank lines. Do you see this? They will follow their own style guide. Okay, so if we run it, we should get prints about whether UPnP worked. It didn't do anything. Oh wait, we're probably not going to be able to... Can we do it in an auto load?
Is that, I mean, I find it way easier to read. It is because it's easier to read, but I think in general it's easier to read.
Yeah, because this script is going to get deleted, which would probably delete the thread. So we need this to be an auto load, but also it didn't run for some reason. Or did it? Maybe we just need to print. Oh yeah, so it's running. I was expecting these signals to print. But nothing's bound to these signals, huh? Forward on host. And then just have a loading indicator. Yeah. Yeah, so let's put this in an auto load first of all. Do and detach script and then create how do I auto load here? Where did I put my script? Can I not do this while the auto load menu is open? That's annoying. It's that one. UPnP-GD, there we go. And then call it UPnP, add, and then close it. I have way too many things open. And then we want to get this out of a ready function, and we do still want to create a thread. So let's just rename ready to UPnP. This one's called UPnP setup. This one's called setup UPnP. That's fine. I want this to be at the top. Public functions always go at the top. And then here, when on server pressed, we call UPnP dot setup UPnP, and we want to pass in the port here. That's annoying that it's a const. There. I just want to see if I can get this working. For now, I'm not too worried about the styling. Individual Mayhem, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quella Squad. How's it going? Too many arguments? What do you mean too many arguments? This is the correct number of arguments. Okay, now it's happy? Now it's happy.
Did you forget to save?
Maybe.
The classic. We are so back.
Okay. Hypothetically, that should work then. Oh, you're right. Maybe we should set up signal function so we can print out the state of the UPnP. Thank you, Owl. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Quella Squad.
Thank you.
It means so much to us. On with where UPnP script. Can we close all these? It's really flattering that I'm cool enough that I use VS Code, and I'm still cool enough for you to follow.
VS Code's base. Don't people like VS Code?
Apparently not. Where is this signal even defined? UPnP completed? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. On UPnP completed.
I use it too. I'm a big fan.
I use VS Code. Nice. We are mostly VS Code fans in here, except for one particular individual who will not be named. What Godot version? What is your editor settings? Are you asking me, Shiloh? Yuki, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Claw Squad. We have so many follows today.
Yeah, it's a good day for follows. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah.
Happy to have you here. I don't know, Shiloh, but their name rhymes with Brylo.
Wait, no?
Oh, who is it actually?
Wait, is Shiloh a VS Code hater?
I don't know. Might not be.
Shiloh, are you a VS Code hater?
I know we have one of them.
Are you Shiloh?
Oh, okay.
Triple dip. Thank you so much for
Let's
the follow. Welcome to the
go.
Claw Squad. What is up with
Thank
all
you
these
so
follows?
much.
Thank you.
It's
VS Code is a backup, but use JetBrains. Interesting. Just trying to absorb knowledge. Let us know if you have any questions or if there's anything you're confused about that you want clarification on.
I hope we have good knowledge to absorb.
Mm-hmm. I didn't say anyone in particular in this chat is a hater of VS Code. I just said not a fan. And I think that describes the situation pretty accurately. I hope this is the right place for somebody who's new to programming. Like, I really want to teach people. I want people to, like... I want the people who want to make a game or learn how to make games or whatever it is and have never done programming before to end up here, and we help them, hopefully.
Absolutely.
Absorbing through osmosis. Mm-hmm. Okay, we want to print UPnP completed with error.
I'm sorry for anyone who joined looking for snake programming. We had a long episode of snake programming today, and now I am R&R snake.
Well, our stream title is Let's Learn Godot Together, so I'd be surprised if anyone came here expecting snake programming.
I cry.
Why is my ability to speak so terrible?
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
What is error? What do you return? An integer. Okay. So we should be able to just cast that to a string then. This needs a colon. Ad break.
Ad break.
While we're on ad break, I'm gonna go get water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I went to get water during the ad break.
Well, how was it? How's the water?
Oh, it's so good. It's cold. It's fantastic.
Nice.
Are you asking what's calling this function? Currently nothing. It's a signal that I have to bind to. So here, I need to do, here dot, what's the signal called? UPnP completed. Dot connect to this function. Where was I? Here. And then there we go. Now if we run it, we should see stuff. Oh wait, Engie. Oh, because it's not the peer, it's the UPnP. I'm silly.
The UPnP.
The UPnP. Wait, is that no, we need an instance, right? We can't just no, because it's global, it's singleton, it is an instance. Never mind. We're good. Signals are thread safe? That is a really good question. I have no idea. Setting up UPnP. Are we gonna get a UPnP complete? How long does setting up UPnP usually take? It takes like 5 seconds, so it should be done. Oh my goodness. Guess who is streaming right now?
Who is streaming right now?
Cassie's streaming right now.
Cassie is streaming right now. What?
We should go raid her.
I mean,
but we have stream to do, but that signal never got called, which implies that either something's wrong or signals are not thread safe.
Why don't we finish up like our networking stuff that we're doing and see if we can get a successful test running, and then we'll go raid Cassie.
I agree. You know what I should have done? I should have just done a print here. It's just doing nothing. I don't get it. Why do nothing? Why do nothing when you can do thing instead?
Where is do we have a? I don't know Cassie's switch. Is it just Cassie codes?
Yeah, Cassie codes. I'm gonna go check my router settings. Maybe it doesn't allow UPnP or something. Maybe I was wrong. That's my only guess, but I would think that it would throw an error. UPnP is enabled. Yeah, I mean, it should print on error here. But for some reason, it seems like this is just never happening. Well, no. Wait, sorry. This is just never completing this call here, it seems like. That's my only guess. There is a condition where we won't hit this if and also won't hit this if. That seems possible. It completed, but then it just doesn't call the signals. It's hitting the end. So maybe that means it worked? Yeah, so that means we're getting an error okay, but for some reason get gateway or is valid gateway is not returning true. One of these is returning false, which is weird. That seems problematic. It seems sketchy if it's not getting a valid gateway. It should be.
I'm sorry that I'm of so little help here. I have not done this networking stuff.
Oh, you are good. Do you feel left out? Should I just assume that we're good? Print both I can't talk. Print both methods. Why are you complaining? Because I need another end brace, right? Why are you still complaining? Because this one needs one. There we go. That should have thrown that error. Oh, get gateway is null. But why is get gateway null? Try without the if statement and see if it maps? Yeah. I like that plan. Why is Snake a gamer snake? No, not a gamer snake.
I'm RGB gamer.
He's a gummy snake. Okay, where were we? Oh, does add port mapping return useful information? It returns an integer. UDP result equals, and then TCP result. $26. I don't think it does, but I'm gonna just keep it there. Do we know what 26 means? UPnP result. UPnP result, no gateway. No gateway available. You may need to call discover first. Didn't detect any internal gateway devices, but it said okay. Why is UPnP discover saying we're good? Good luck and bye-bye, y'all. Ada, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Have a good night.
Have a good one.
Yes, they are protocols. UDP and TCP. TCP is very safe, but it's slower. So the communication will like make sure that like you send a message and then you get a response back confirming that you received the message. Whereas UDP will just keep sending messages and doesn't really care if it received one back. We're talking about networking protocols. What happened? We're learning about UPnP. And apparently I don't have a default gateway. According to UPnP. I know I do. Check the gateway settings. Yeah, do you think I just have a weird router? Yeah, I think we might want to just manually port forward, depending on how much energy code has. Do you have the energy to play this?
Yeah. Yeah, I could do some testing.
Okay. Wait, we got errors. Call thread can't call this function in this node. Use call deferred or call thread group instead. Oh, because we're trying to emit a signal in a thread. It's weird that the example code would be broken. Signal.emit? No. Oh, the signal name. Yeah. Gotcha. That's single player. Yeah, it's still saying no gateway, nothing new happened. We are still getting an error though. What's that about? Yeah, we still can't call this in a thread. So it's not thread safe. Interesting. Yeah, signals, can't call signals from threads. Emit.call deferred. What? Does it need to be? No? Emit isn't a callable. Okay, Coderoni. I'm gonna
That's me.
send you the repo. You wanna pull it?
Yes.
You
Is
need
it
to rep
public?
it. It's not even worth it, Shiloh. Yeah, it's public.
Okay. Make sure you have correct access rights. Mhm.
Did you try to pull SSH? Or clone SSH? You'll have to clone HTTP because you don't have a GitLab account, right?
I don't know how to clone HTTP.
It's literally the same thing, except you copy the HTTP link instead of the SSH link.
Who could do such a thing?
It's a shame that you can't emit deferred. That's so wild. Okay. Here's what
Let
I'm
me
gonna do.
load import project. Huh?
You keep doing your thing.
Okay.
What I'm gonna do is I'm nuking it all.
Terrifying? Question mark?
I don't want it anymore.
What don't you want?
UPnP
Oh, the
dead to me.
Oompa stuff.
Yeah, the unp.
What is this game called? Why can't I find it?
It's called
Oh,
Godot
'cause
Tower Defense.
That starts with a G. That's why.
Yeah, G. You meant to delete the code. Oh yeah. What was it? Was it Epic Style Guide where using the word nuke is illegal?
Yes.
Okay. Now hopefully
He didn't mean his code. Which is fine, he didn't mean it. Epic! He meant it!
Alright, will this work now?
Alright, do I hit play? What do I do
Yes. Okay, so what you're gonna need to do is go to the main menu scene
here? I'm in there.
and then open the script in there.
I'm in there.
And you'll have to change the IP address. I'll send you my IP address in a second.
You got it.
What was I doing? There was something I was doing. What?
You were nuking it.
Oh, I'm making it so that it doesn't run so many instances. Okay. Now I need to find my IP, and I also need to port forward. Just let me copy it, please. Phone? Hello? This is an infuriating experience.
Okay. All right, Shiloh, Godspeed.
Sounds good, Shiloh. Thank you for your help. Code here is my IP.
Give me that IP. I can now steal all your files.
Yeah.
Okay, I hit play after putting that in. Let me know when it's up, and I'll just hit start, yeah?
Yeah, it is gonna take a moment. Give me a sec. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. That device. TCP and UDP. Hello? Why are you like this? Router, please.
Alright, so what's going on?
My router is being frustrating, but we're almost there. Okay, there we go. Now I should be able to run the game and choose start server, and then you choose start client, and it should work.
Okay, so am I good to start it?
Start it.
Okay, start client.
Yes!
What's up,
Yes!
gamers? Oh, the lag. The lag is so funny.
Are you getting lag?
Oh, yeah, your movement is all over the place. Where are you?
Oof.
Where'd you go?
I'm right
Where'd
here.
you go? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
How do I grab stuff?
With E.
Oh, or click. Look at that.
We got multiplayer. It's working. Yeah, you can also
Do I need to
click.
charge this battery over here or something?
Yeah.
How do I know when it's good to go?
Because it's bright green.
It was bright green.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can see this one, it started out red and it's going to turn green.
Oh, like I removed its... Okay. So they show what their current state is, and when they get low, you gotta refill them. I see.
Yeah. You can...
What did you do?
I pulled off the dead battery so we could put the fresh battery on it.
You gotta put the new one in first before charging the old one. It had no battery.
If you do
it's running out of battery!
If you do that, it will delete the battery.
Oh, I see that. That's that's a problem.
My game crashed.
Yeah. So I clicked the tower while not holding anything, or I clicked the charging pad while not holding anything, and it crashed.
There was something wrong with the crafting station. For some reason, I couldn't pull the ammo box off of it.
You should launch it again so we can do that again. That's fun. You actually made a multiplayer game.
I made a multiplayer game. It started. You're good to go.
I'm in.
Yeah.
So wait, if I just interact with this, will it just kill us?
Try it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it will. All right, let's do it again, but not interact with that. Let me know when it's up. Dude, you made a multiplayer game, Quellis.
We got multiplayer. It's ready to go.
Can I touch these guys? Oh yeah, they're solid.
Yeah, they're solid.
Oh, I can. Oh, bye.
Oh yeah, you can walk off the map and die, and
I'll
I
miss
don't
you.
know what happens if you do that.
I'll miss you. It was a nice life.
On my screen, you are falling incredibly slowly. Where are you on
No,
your
I
screen?
am. No, that is correct. I am just moving around here at the top of the screen. I'm just vibing down here. Don't worry
Hey,
about me.
buddy.
Hey, I'm just exploring down here. Don't worry about
you
it.
doing okay?
Hey, you gotta go. There's a battery. The missile battery is doing low. There's a low battery. Make sure you get that battery. Goodbye.
Do you want to restart?
What do you mean? and stop this interactive gameplay?
It's so
I should be able to-
interesting to see somebody else play your game and they instantly find all of the bugs that you didn't think about.
I'm gonna just quit and then launch again and see what happens.
It probably won't work, but let's try it.
Hi.
Oh,
So is this just like previous dead me? What is this here?
previous dead you on my screen is up, hanging off the map. Do you have someone right here?
Yeah, there's a player here.
Can you stream to me?
Sure.
No, don't do that. Windows, please.
Behold, the suspicious Knoll player. Oh my gosh, we're out of battery. Hold on.
Interesting. It doesn't have colliders, does it? It looks like it doesn't.
No, it does. Yeah, see, it pushes me.
Oh.
So why do you keep going to the black box? What does the black box do for you?
It crafts ammo for this guy here.
Okay, and then is this the red one then?
The red one is, yeah, the rockets for the rocket launcher.
So do all of these crafting stations cause a game crash if you don't have anything in your hand?
Let's find out. No, this one doesn't.
Let me try it out. Oh,
What happens if you interact with... Yeah, so
where did
that's
I get
fine.
this?
So these two are just spawners.
Oh, okay. Can I get rid of it?
You can either press Q to drop it, or you can put it in this tower.
So if I interact with this, I get it just like what just happened? It
Yeah,
generated
so
one on there.
This one you want to hold E to craft it, and then it'll slowly turn green until it's done, and then you're holding it.
But like when I click this, it just spawns that.
It
Is that how it's meant
spawns
to go?
one, but then you need to craft it.
Got it. What if I hit it again? Okay, that's a really cool mechanic actually.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's just the blue one that kills you.
You're just making a mess.
Oh yeah. Eat this. Okay. Wait.
Oh, they do
Wait
push
a
it
minute.
around.
Yeah, this is gonna be hilarious and cool. I just need to gosh dang be fast. What is it to pick stuff up? Because I'm using my mouse right now and it's
E
kind
to
of
pick
slow.
up, Q to drop.
Okay, just move along. Get out of here. Okay. Yes. Come to my tower. Do it. Oh,
Do
sweet, I
it.
get another round to prep. Oh, wait, no, he's coming in. Nope. Okay, good. Okay. More prep time. I don't know if your physics are synced with mine, actually. There we go. Oh,
Yeah, we do have
okay.
some desync.
Try not to reload the guys, because I want the guys to make it this far.
We don't have the same things in exactly the same places. So I was right. The position and the interact events aren't exactly correct.
Okay. Yeah, so no refills. Eventually, these
Yeah,
guys
I
have
can
got to
pull
run
the
out of
rockets out
ammo.
of this one.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, he did it! Yeah! Amazing. Honestly, gameplay. Well,
Goodbye. Here, I'll join you.
bye. Well, congratulations on making a multiplayer game. That's a huge deal.
Thank you.
We just played with each other in a networked game that you made from scratch.
Heck yeah.
That's like huge, big, large, massive.
I don't know what to do about the desync issues.
What do you mean desync? Which desync elements? Each
So-
element that has desync that you don't want to have desync, you just need to start networking that element.
It seemed like on your end you were interacting with an object, and on my end you weren't, I think.
Right.
That's the only
And
theory
that's
I have
because you're...
for why we ended up with, like, you had a bunch of, I saw a bunch of things on the ground that you didn't see.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll need to... That's why I was saying earlier, like, instead of having the same functions fire on both ends, just have the results of those functions get networked. So, like, if I pick something up, don't replicate me initiating a pickup on your side. Just the fact that I've picked it up is what should carry over.
Yeah, so the problem is object references don't carry over the RPC calls, so I think I would need to get the unique ID for that object, maybe? I don't even know. I don't know how to tell it this object on my end is the same object as that one on your end.
Look it up and try to figure out how to make a new object sync between games.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably going to be it for me today.
Mm-hmm.
I recommend rating Cassie. Cassie is doing Godot.
Yeah, let's see if she's still alive. If she is, we'll rate her.
She is.
Heck yeah.
Where do you think Shiloh went? Alright, well, it's been great chatting with everyone. See you later, Renegade, and everybody.
You've been in both chats.
I've also been in both chats, but don't tell Quellis. I know. Alright, bye.
Bye. Okay, let's do the raid. Oh, let me get myself out of here in OBS so I can hide, not that one, hide this neck. There we go. And also let's go here so we can end the stream. Also hide this neck here. And let's start the raid. We raiding Cassie. Cassie's cool. She's doing Godot stuff. I don't know exactly what she's working on. Oh, she's making Snake. Cassie's working on Snake. See you on the other side. See you, everyone. Goodbye.